do have some boundaries, and I'm going to talk on that very briefly, and I promise I'm not going to take up a lot of time, Mr. Watkins, but it's important for you to understand where we're coming from. When we inherited the program, and I say we, that's myself, just north of 3 years ago, when I arrived at the Housing Authority, our HCD management team, for Paul as well as Magdalene, Ramon is part of that team, and then our staff within the HCD department, we have a mess on our hands. If you've been a landlord in the program for longer than a day, can I get a witness? All right? All right, we had a mess on our hands. And the agency, literally, ladies and gentlemen, was a patient on life support that not many folks thought were going to make it. The Housing Authority, still presently today, is under 2 regulatory agreements. The one is called the Recovery Agreement, and the other one is called the Voluntary Compliance Agreement. Now, I don't get the Voluntary Compliance Agreement, we call it VCA, because there's nothing about what's in there about I'm ticked, or she may not say anything, she's ticked, but the reality is, if you don't deal with those issues in the moment, it festers, and then anger ultimately makes its way to that danger. I always say anger is one letter short of what? Danger. And that's when you have blow-ups. So what I am going to ask you to do is communicate, communicate, communicate before it gets to that point where you're ready to just explode on us, okay? Because I promise you, we're human just like you. And I don't know about you, but if someone comes up to my door, knocks on the door, rings the doorbell, and starts giving me the business, we're going to have a problem. Because you're not coming to my house and what? Disrespect me. If I did that to you, you'd be like, I think you might want to leave and come back. Right? So understand that all of us want the same thing. And I know frustration happens, trust me. And when it's about my money, I want it to be right. And so when it's about money, you want it to be right. Trust me, we want it to be right because we want a smooth relationship. So on behalf of Chairman Norman Hill, Board of Commissioners, Carlos Gant, Roberta Swan, Tyra Fair, and Tyrone Henderson, as well as our staff, I want to say thank you. There are times when thank you seems woefully inadequate. And I would suggest to you that this would be one of those times. Because you can't always judge a book by its cover. And so while we didn't live in a Section 8 house, nor public housing when I was a youth, we lived, myself and my mother and 2 other siblings, in a 1-bedroom duplex that the living room was part her bedroom and living room, kitchen area, 1 bedroom, 1 bath. And so I get where many of our clients are coming from. So when they come to me and say, oh, you wouldn't understand, I said, no, can't always judge a book by its cover. Because you don't know my walk. I'm more like you than you think we are. I understand the need for safe, decent, affordable housing. Fortunately for us, we had a really good landlord. Never had any issues. Something pops up, they took care of it. So we were very fortunate. Some of my friends weren't so fortunate. I'll say this, Jimmy Beard, my mother worked for his mother. Jimmy, raise your hand. Most everybody probably know, right? Jimmy's quiet, doesn't say a whole lot, right? No. But Jimmy, I've known him practically my entire life. I'll be 56 in October. And so my mother worked at their house, cleaning their house. My mom had a 3rd grade education, 7 kids. There was no dad in the house with us. So I was that at-risk kid. And so I know the lens and view that many of our clients, your tenants, have. It's unfair, it's not right, but life, nobody ever said life is going to be fair. In fact, it will never be fair because we're all imperfect. We're all biased in some kind of way. May not be racial, but in other ways we are. So the reality is, life isn't fair. But we get out of life what we demand from it, right? So I always say, and I'm saying this to you because you need to understand what I'm about to say to our employees on Monday, and what we're also going to be saying to your tenants. In order to know what you want, you got to know what you don't want. And you've got to be committed to that. Success is a wonderful thing, but it usually has to send a sweat about it. It's not easy. For those of you who like sports, dance, music, whatever it is, whatever your thing is, hunting, whatever, fishing, the people that you revere in that sport or activity are what? We call them experts, craftsmen, men and women. If you like art, Picasso, whatever, right? The reality is you like poetry or books with Maya Angelou. They are our standards, right? But they all have something in common. They are committed. But you also have to understand they failed a lot. But they never quit. Because in order to know what you want, I want to be the greatest, then I got to know what I don't want. That means settling. And so for you, I'm going to encourage you to do a couple things. I appreciate you guys being a part of the program, but as we have 300 vouchers that we have an RFP out for right now, that's going to amount to roughly $5 million in annual rents paid within our community annually. So if you annualize it, and you look 20 years out based on the contract, we got a lot of mathematicians in here, right? 5 million, 20 years, $100 million that'll go into our community with this new issuance of vouchers, right? Somebody's going to get paid. Somebody's going to make that money, right? Should be something for you. Which then means, as you understand what's happening now, our current situation, we won't always be in trouble, I promise you. We're coming off those recovery agreements, that recovery agreement, and that VCA. We're 90% done with the VCA. We're about 70% done with the recovery agreement. There are some extenuating circumstances as to why we're not a little bit further along on the recovery agreement, but HUD understands it because we've explained it to them completely. Clarity is a beautiful thing. We shared, we said, hey, this is our problem, it's beyond our control, but we are going to do A, B, C, D, and E to try to mitigate the impact, and then at some point, a big decision will have to be made, but it won't be a local decision, it will come from DC. Because when they've had enough, but because we are doing what we're supposed to do, providing via you all, and what we do internally through the Low-Income Housing Development Program, safe, decent, I like to call it habitable, affordable housing, our numbers will go up through the roof. The number of clients that we serve will increase. Our scores will get better. We'll operate operationally and fiscally better, which ultimately does what? Creates an environment for growth and expansion. Because the better we do, the more resources and vouchers we'll ultimately get within our community, which then creates greater opportunity for you to grow your business. And I'll partner with somebody else so that you can do, instead of 5, do 45 or 50. And so we're excited about this opportunity. Paul and Magdalene and the work ethic that they brought to the Housing Authority, frankly, I'll be honest with you, a little bit different for some because it's about accountability. It's about performance. It's about production. I mean, I like all of our employees, but if you're not performing, I want to invite you to go somewhere else and work. Because we need people to help us to get there. So what that means is that because we're a troubled agency, that means we're not even average. And I got a problem with that. Because in order to know what you want, you have to know what you don't want. How did I do it? Youngest of 7, no dad in the house. Very little resource. Mom's cleaning houses. Theirs and 1 or 2 others. She wasn't making a lot of money. But she did instill a work ethic in us. And so as I surveyed my community, and I'm not telling you where I grew up, it used to be called Davis Avenue community. We call it MLK now, right? So 4 blocks from the city dump, right? Right down there in the heart of the hood. But everything that's in the hood isn't bad. But I also understood I needed more than just the relationships that I had in my community, my immediate community, in order to get where I was trying to go. Because the common denominator for most folks, not all, was higher education. Most of the people you talk to, they got some university tag, a sticker, or whatever they support. I dare you to say, Bama, I see. And I'm not a Bama Auburn fan, so hopefully, and I don't like Tennessee, so please don't be mad at me, right? I don't care. If they keep it in the SEC, I'm good. But the reality is, everybody likes a winning team. Anybody in here likes failure? Anybody like a winning team? Of course you do.
Yes, sir.
But you know what? It can be doesn't win and it's not effective, nobody's satisfied with that. I can prove it to you. For those of us who are north of 40, which is most of us, not all of us, you remember Dan Bouts and Kellen Winslow for the San Diego Chargers. When they had to carry him off the field, he was so exhausted. They were the greatest offense that the league had ever seen before, the greatest show on turf, right? But guess what? What did they win? Nothing. It was entertaining, but they would lose when it mattered. If you're in Alabama, you know who the bear is, right? Now, I'm objective, so Auburn's is always masquerading. Why are they talking about the as good as Bama when they got how many national championships? My point made. I'm not a fan of either, but I'm a realist. In order to know what you want, you got to know what you don't want. Auburn never established what Bama did. And because of that, you got the musical chairs and merry-go-round that's happening on the plane. I'm just being honest, because I don't have a dog in the fight. So I knew what I didn't want. So I needed to connect with people who could explain to me, expose me to stuff that I didn't know. Because I promise you, it's impossible to know what you don't know. But yet people will hold you to that standard because in their minds, you should know. And if you're operating in that space, trust me, you want to know, because ignorance of the law is no excuse, right? I didn't see the speeding sign. Well, have a nice day, ma'am, sir, here's your ticket. So what we have to do is we got to make sure that we educate you, educate. For those of you, San Diego never won, but it was pretty. Now we understand the value of blocking and tapping. That's the ABCs, 1, 2, 3s of anything. Making certain that you have a solid foundation. You guys are all part of our foundation, ladies and gentlemen. And I don't say that lightly. You are. Again, without you, we're nothing. There's no I in team. So when we do well, and HUD says, great job, MHA, they're saying that to all of us. Because you're our partners. Remember, we're coming through on a biannual basis. What? Inspecting your properties. And so don't get mad with Paul and them when they say, hey, this isn't going to pass. We've got to stop payment until we get this done. Because that's the rules, ladies and gentlemen. And we don't have discretion there. My theory is this. Whenever you deal with the federal government, and some of you have been audited, you know exactly what I mean. When you start explaining, you're in trouble. It's just shut up. Because you're going to talk yourself into more trouble. Just be quiet. We don't want to explain. Which then means we've got to do what we have to do. So we need your help there. We can't do anything about that. But I know you're going to say, because I almost said the P word, but I'm going to use the T word. I'm as ticked as you are. When it comes to our client hasn't recertified, you've done everything that you're supposed to do, and then you get penalized. That makes no sense to me. None. But remember, this isn't a business like what you and I would ordinarily run. HUD doesn't care. They say, we can't be making payments on a place that doesn't have a client that's met our qualifications, and or you, MHA, not you all, you got to write a check. And it's a big one. So that's why we're having to enforce that. Probably hadn't been as enforced quite like it is being done today, but guess what? We have to, and we're gonna. But what I am saying to you is, I want you to know that and expect that. Most of us are, those of us who are north of 25. Anybody remember the, thermal fax machine? Anybody know what a thermal fax machine is? Yes. How many of you use those now? Anybody? Probably not. You know why? Because there's better technology. There's a less expensive way to do it. For those of you young folks right here, don't know anything about thermal fax machines, it was kind of like wax paper. And information would come in, it would print it on it, but guess what you had to do with the wax paper that you paid for? If you wanted to preserve that document, you had to take it, put it in your copier, get some other paper, and copy the copy. Right? That's like doing it twice, isn't it? But it's not free. It's at a cost to you. Because you got to buy wax paper and regular print paper. Right? Makes no sense. And God forbid if you get go back 5 years later or whatever, you're like, there's nothing on here, right? Problem. So nobody's crying for the thermal fax machine. Anybody remember? Who had an AT&T WorldCom calling card? Anybody? Y'all remember that?
Yep.
Everybody here, well, not the young folks. Anybody ever? Anybody here didn't have a beeper? Raise your hand. That's what I mean. You're young folks, right? So what you do? What was the beeper's point? Somebody's calling me. Well, guess what? I can't afford a cell phone. Only the rich folks riding around with that big old box that they put on their shoulder and carry, right? So I had to find a payphone. When was the last time you saw one of those if it wasn't a museum? And I had to, if I didn't have coins, because it didn't take dollars and credit cards, like our parking machines, right? I had a calling card that it would be billed to. And so I find something, pull over, and call them back. Man, that was inconvenient. Now, why? Because I had to stop. Wherever it was I was going, I'm going to be late getting there because I need to make this call. But that's the best we had at the time. Some of you guys are not using our technology. And you're raising hell with us. And I'm simply saying to you, ma'am, sir, you want faster, quicker, more efficient service? Use the technology. Well, I don't understand. Well, we can talk to you about that. We can help you with that. Well, I don't want to. Then don't call me and don't copy me. Because when I know that you're not, I'm just simply going to say, ma'am, sir, now think about this. How many vouchers we have on the program, Mr. Watson? 3,700. 3,700. We're getting ready to issue 300 more via this RFP. And when we really get our act together, we'll be beyond 5,000. Easy. When we get our act together. But we can't go there right now. Why? Because we have unutilized vouchers. To us, that's money sitting in a safe that we can't even access. For you, that's clients that you can be housing, making that money. That's a problem, y'all. We're good? So then, all I'm simply saying to you is this. There's more where those vouchers come from, but we got to get our act together before our regulatory authority will allow us to go there. Paul, Ms. Cook, and all the other employees understand that and know that. We're raising the bar, we're raising the standard. There's just some things we still are not going to put up with. Just can't do it. But we can't let everybody go. And that's not to say I'm not casting dispersion of anyone. It's not universal, but we also have to understand that this culture that we're creating takes time. The Housing Authority was in trouble for almost 20 years. They were on their way in the wrong direction for a long time. And so, why I decided to do this, it had to be temporary insanity. Because I didn't need to do this. But I will tell you this. In order to know what you want, you have to know what you don't want. I wanted to go to college, and I didn't like school necessarily, because in my hood, it wasn't cool to be smart. They call you some names, mama's boy, sissy, whatever, right? So I did what most kids do. So I know, and so when they're talking to me, saying, well, you don't understand, oh, yes I do. I stopped doing my work in 3rd grade. Now, it's not, in my opinion, hard to get straight A's in 1st and 2nd grade. I mean, I don't want anybody to do that, right? But I went from A's to F's. So I got relocated to LD. Anybody know what that means? Learning disabled. And it wasn't that I was learning disabled, it was that I wasn't performing at a level that was considered to be normal. But I was doing that because of peer pressure. And so when I figured out, I didn't know, it took me 2 years to figure out that they thought I couldn't. When I asked the teacher if I could read a book that was on her desk, she said, you can't, you don't get it, that's why you're in this class. I'm thinking, what? I said, and I told her the name of the book, she wouldn't let me read the book. She said, you don't get it. I said, well, what does that mean? Now this is 1970s, right? I told her about me 56 in October, so it's been a minute. She said, you're dumb. I'm like, interesting. I didn't know, no one had ever called me dumb before. So, rather than just get mad, I went home and said, Mom, my teacher called me dumb. She told me I couldn't read this book. I said, I need to get out of LD. I need to get out of this. When I realized what it was. And she said, no, son, mom with third grade education, not that sophisticated, but very wise. She said, you put yourself in there, you gotta get yourself out. So what do? I go to school the next day. I'm busted from the bottom, Pecan Street, Live Oak corner, to Azalea Road and Cottage Hill. That's where I went to elementary school, Fondy Elementary School. Never forget, white guy, James Hammer. I go to the office, I go to class, I sit down, I'm there for probably an hour, hour and a half. Finally, the secretary comes out and says, why are you here? Are you in trouble? I said, no, I need to see the principal. She said, well, why? I said, because I need to get out of LD. She said, so she goes get Mr. Hamner. Now, mind you, I'm the youngest of 7, so I had some siblings who went through there. We weren't, shall we say, sometimes a model student. And I got the same last name that they got. Y'all get it, right? So here's Mr. Pierce sitting down here. They think I'm in trouble. He thinks I'm in trouble. I'm not. He asked me, why are we here today? I said, my mom told me I got myself in this. I got to get out. I need to get out of LD. I never forget the look on his face. He said, son, no kid has ever asked me, how do you get out of LD? And he said, I'll help you. Changed my life. He literally changed my life. Because had he said something else, not done anything different, and explained to me what I needed to do, I may have stayed in LD and said, oh, well, what the hell, right? It's just what it is. Test out of LD, get in advanced placement classes, shall we say the rest is history, but I owe that to him. Because he didn't discourage me when I was in a bad space. When I'm saying to you as landlord, I need you to help our people understand that they can do better and do better. Homeownership isn't for everybody, we get that. You're always going to have renters. But you owe it to them, particularly their children. Because we don't get to choose to whose family we're born in and what situation. To say there's more to life than just this. And so he helped me. I never forgot that man. And when I went away to college, I would come back and I would have lunch with him. I would talk to him all the time because he changed my world. Joe Bullock did the same thing. He introduced me to Tulane. I've never even heard Tulane. For those of you who are north of 50, you didn't grow up with the internet. Surprise, young folks. The internet didn't exist. So when you wanted to find out about college, how did you do that? You had to go to the counselor's office and get a brochure. Well, guess what? I wasn't thinking about going to college at the time, so I never been going there. So Joe Bullock was good friends with Terry Curtis, who was my position coach. Coach Curtis changed my life. I'm saying all this. Hopefully, I'm going to wrap this up pretty quickly, Paul, but I need y'all to understand how important the role that you play is in changing somebody's destiny. I played basketball at Murphy as a freshman, didn't play football because I don't like football. He says, a kid with your athleticism, with your height, you're probably not going to be all that tall, but you can dunk with 2 hands. You should go play football. And I'm saying I don't like football. I'm in the band. I'm playing at halftime. And he says, I don't think you get it. If you go play football, I guarantee you can choose where you go to college. I'm not the military type. I wasn't then, I'm not now. And I probably wasn't going to be, it's very competitive. I'm not afraid of competition, but I'm a realist. It's hard to get those academic scholarships. Full ride, remember, mom got 3rd grade education, I'm the youngest of 7, she can't send me to college. So I said, okay. I go out, literally, shall we say, the rest is history. Joe Bullock comes my junior year, talking to the team about success. And afterwards he said, I hear you're a good student. Have you thought about Tulane? No, now everybody knows who Joe Bullock was. And back then, he had a lot more hair. And trust me, he won't be offended if you told him I said that. So he had a lot more hair. He would be on the commercials, selling Buicks and whatever, all those stuff that they did, right? Everybody knew who he was. So he got my attention. Why? Because he was in a position of leadership and he was successful. And so I go and I ask the counselor, read about Tulane, I read that it is an excellent academic school, and they were promoting themselves as the heart of the South. And I was like, wow, and he thinks I can go there? And so I talked to Coach Curtis, and I said, what do you think about if I'm interested in Tulane? So I was one of those really good high school players, Bama, Auburn, Tennessee, Florida, all of those schools and other schools, Pittsburgh, Stanford. So I had a lot of interest from all over the place. Here I am talking about Tulane. But the question you need to ask yourself is why? Tulane is known for being the heart of the South, but its football prowess, they were terrible. But I wanted to go to a school that said more about me as a person than a student than athletics. Because I don't like football. So I'll be honest with you, I didn't get a hell of a lot of joy out of playing football. It was work. Because that's how I had to pay my meals, my scholarships. So it was work for me. I was really good at it. Had a chance to play in the NFL, was injured. Never thought about having surgery. Why? Because I had my degree. I was graduating. I'm good. I got out of this deal what I wanted, because in order to know what you want, you got to know what you don't want. And I saw deplorable living conditions in my community, and I said, even when I have kids, we're not doing that. So it was up to me if it was going to be that. And so this is how I ride before you today. So you hear people speaking good King's English, they may drive a nice car, dress differently or whatever, and it doesn't necessarily mean it's always been like that. Can't always judge a book by its cover. I share that with you all because I want y'all to know where I'm coming from. This is serious business to me. Because guess what? And my family are some of your tenants. They're in the same place. They have kids who are wondering, trying to figure it out. Life is a series of ups and downs, ins and outs, twists and turns. You can't predict it. It just happens. But what you do with that, and then who helps you along the way, changes the course of everything. And then how we handle ourselves, ladies and gentlemen, is all the difference. And so I said all that to say this. You guys are an integral part of who we are and what we're about. And you're an extension of the agency, because we're partners, literally, in this. You got mortgages to pay on these things, or if you don't, doesn't matter, it's still an investment, right? You want your ROI, great. What does that mean? I need to get my money. On time, not when y'all feel like it. Can I get a witness? I know y'all feel like that, right? So, I'm as frustrated as you, because I want things to happen at the speed of business. Our team, trust me, is working underneath the hood, if you will, trying to make certain that we get ourselves there. Use the technology. It will help us help you much faster. And it creates a tracking mechanism for us to be able to know who you communicated with, when, and why we didn't get this done, so we can improve things on our end, because we got a lot of work to do. And so I said way more than I probably wanted to say, but I want you guys to understand the importance of what you do. You really do matter. And who knows, you might be able to inspire some young boy or young girl to become the next real estate magnate. You just never know. You just never know. And so, again, welcome. Thank you for your partnership. But we want to do more business, and I assure you, we are going to get better internally. We're going to get better, or they're going to run me off. And that's probably not going to happen. Because I didn't come here because I had to. I came here because for 20 years I've been saying somebody needs to do something about that. Every time we turn around, every 3, 4, 5, 6 years, some bad report about the Public Housing Authority. It's like, what is that all about? Because they're serving people that we need. And so the wifey asked me if I prayed about this opportunity, and I said no, because I wasn't sure that I wanted to know what the answer was. But I pray about everything. And so I'm exactly where I'm supposed to be at this moment, and so are you. The question is, what are you going to do with it? Maximize the moment. Take advantage of the opportunity. You never know. Yeah, make your money. That's my altruism. Make your money. I want you to get paid. I want you to make your money. But you never know what impact you're going to have on somebody's life. Mac Brown, Terry Curtis, Joe Bullard, Mike Godfrey, you guys probably know him, the Godfrey name, but Mike who recruited me to Pittsburgh. I chose Tulane over that. Probably glad I did. Anybody ever heard of Ironhead Haywood? Ironhead and I would have been competing for the same position at the same time. I ain't so sure you would know who he is if I had gone there, but, right? But, most coaches, when you tell them, no, I'm not going to accept the scholarship, they're done with you. Mike Godfrey wasn't, but here's why. Mike Godfrey's dad died when they were young. Jim and John Harbaugh's dad was their uncle. So he helped raise them. That's how they fell in love with football. And so Mike and I talked about my story. And so he just said, hey son, I really didn't want to tell him I wasn't coming to Pittsburgh because I really liked him, but I knew he cared. You know when people are genuine with you, right? There were a few of them. And so I said, man, he said, look, I can tell you're not coming. Just know this, I will always follow you, and if you need me, call me. I said, interesting, okay. I didn't need a minute, but my best friend went to Pitt. He played Marcus Washington. And so we would talk, and he would ask Marcus about me. So I knew, I was like, what? So I called him. You guys know he started this program for youth without dads at home here in Mobile. Y'all know what that is, right? I forget the name of it, but I'll be 56. I told y'all that, so that's kind of what's going on here for a second. But there's a program for youth who don't have fathers in their homes, and they mentor them. And as a result of this, two of my son's best friends went through that program. And so then I got to mentor them because of what Mike Godfrey was doing. I didn't realize it, but you're not here by accident. There are no coincidences, I don't believe. The good Lord had a plan for me to meet somebody who cared. But guess what? Mike Godfrey played another role. Because when my son, the oldest one, went to Tulane and hated it, he wanted to go to a different school, and I said he's got to be a great school. I called Mike Godfrey. He then called Pat Sullivan in Auburn. Remember I said I don't like Auburn? I'm like, Pat Sullivan, he's passed now. Great guy. He said, come. I called Matt Brown, who was my coach at Tulane before he went to North Carolina and Texas. He said, Pat Sullivan. So Michael goes from Tulane to Sanford because of those connections, Joe Bullock, all of those things. What we got to understand, guys, is we never know what role we're going to play in this process. But guess what? Guess where Michael ended up? My oldest son plays for the Baltimore Ravens. First 4 years with them, 2 years with the Vikings, now he's back with them. Who's their coach? John Harbaugh. Guess who's sitting in his office? Because Harbaugh don't like Michael, for whatever reason. So Godfrey goes to Baltimore. He and I talked, and I told him, man, just kind of not working. He said, there's no problem. Mike gets called the principal's office, the coach's office. He's like, oh Lord, I'm in trouble. He didn't know Mike Godfrey was sitting there. Talked to him, brought John in the room, rest is history. Isn't that amazing? No coincidences, guys, you never know. What it is that you're doing, who you're going to impact. Work with us, we're going to work with you. We're going to try to smooth out these rough edges. I know there are many. Some of them are pretty sharp. But there are some things we're not going to be able to do, but if there's a way for us to legally and within compliance figure it out and get one done, y'all, we're going to do that. You have my word. We're going to do that. Paul, I apologize for talking way too long, but I just wanted you guys to understand my worldview. It's likely going to be a whole lot different than what you're probably accustomed to. Just like your worldview will be different from mine. So thank you guys very kindly for what you do. Thank you.
Wow, that was great. Thank you, Mr. Pierce. Appreciate you. So we're going to move right along, and I just want to briefly frame the day for us. So if you have your agendas, you can pull that out and just take a look with me. So we have these tables up here because we're going to do really a panel style approach to sharing. We're going to have some of our staff who are very involved, boots on the ground inside the work for the various areas that we'll be covering today. And so we'll have a moderator who will talk with them so that you can hear and understand some of the things that they're dealing with on a daily basis and seeing and be able to add context and advice. And here's what we're doing to make it better. Here's what some of our landlords are doing. So that's kind of our approach today. We want to really get a conversation with some of our staff and experts who are in this work. And then at the end of each presentation, we'll have an opportunity for Q&A. So did everybody get the little cards? Okay, everybody got cards as we're going through the presentation. If you would, just write down some of your questions that you may have. And as you do that, we can take those cards and then read through them and answer those questions. This mic, which hopefully will stay on, seems to be kind of going out a bit, but we'll also put it back here or maybe have it up here for conversation as well. So that's kind of how we're going to structure the day. At noon, we'll have lunch, networking, and opportunity for you all to kind of meet and greet with each other. And then we'll have portal registration. So there are 2 computers in the back that are going to be set up for anyone who is currently a landlord and not on our landlord portal. It's absolutely essential that you get on that portal. That's the technology that we have available that we're using to hopefully help us do business with you better and easier. So we're going to walk through a portion of that this morning so you can see some of the advantages of the portal and be encouraged to use it. You may need a registration code, and we'll be back here to generate those for you so you can register. And then at 1 o'clock, landlord best practices, we're going to have some of our landlord council members come up and take these seats. And then I'll be here basically fielding questions, right? We're going to ask questions that I get asked on a regular basis. And we're going to ask some of our expert landlords who have been in this business for quite a while, who have multiple properties. Some have a few properties. Doesn't really matter, but we're going to have them share some of their best practices. And then around 2 o'clock, we have participants, brand new participants to the program who have just been issued vouchers within the past 60 to 90 days. We're going to have them come. They'll get here about 1:30, 2 o'clock or so. About 40 of them indicated that they would come. And this is important because at the end of the day, we want to not only for you to get something out of this in terms of education and knowledge and information, but also have an opportunity to lease up some properties if you have some available. And these are folks that are certainly looking for properties right now, first time in the program. They don't know, they don't have the experience and the skill that some of our longer participants that have been on the program have in terms of finding and identifying properties. So they really need some assistance in getting into properties. I'll say this now, keep this in mind, we are running a landlord incentive of $1,000 for every new lease-up of our specifically brand new participants. Doesn't apply to existing participants, but if they're brand new participants to our program, we're offering landlords a $1,000 leasing bonus when they take possession. So that'll be an opportunity for you to interact and mingle with some of them. That's why we encourage you to bring your flyers and photos of the properties. And then around 2:45, we'll have closing remarks and end for the day. So the last thing I'll mention here is we've included a few brochures or sheets in your package. You pick those up. House HQS biennial inspection flow charts, initial inspection flow charts, general lease-up process for landlords. So you have that as just some good handouts for you. And then the last thing we have is the landlord conference survey. We want your feedback to this survey, whether or not it's beneficial for you. So it's only about 8 questions. Feel free to fill that out at any time. You know, some people say you gotta wait to the end. You don't have to wait to the end. You can fill it out whenever you want to fill it out. You may have some good ideas to some of the questions that are there. If you're not able to stay all day, we totally understand that. But we would like for you to fill that out and get that back to us so that we can, really get your feedback and know how to improve for the future. So that's part of the day. Let me quickly do staff introductions. So we had some of our staff come over. As you may or may not be aware, we don't have case workers anymore, right? Case workers that are specifically assigned to one person. What we have are teams. We've restructured our office into functional teams. And what that means is every person comes to us for just a few reasons, right? They need to do a Lease-Up. They're brand new participants. They're coming off our wait list. They need to get a voucher. So we have a wait list new voucher leasing team. It's about five or six ladies, and that's all they do. They become experts at that function of our work, of our business. And so that's the purpose of us breaking into teams, so that each of our team members can become experts in that particular area to solve most of the problems, 95% of the issues, be able to give advice, proper advice, be able to get the work done faster, because they're not mixed between 5 or 6 different functions. They've got one. Repetition is the mother of all learning, so we want them to be in that flow. So we have a new voucher leasing team. We have a recertifications team. All they do is recertify everybody in our program every year, right? Again, they can do that faster because that's what they're doing. They can answer all the questions because that's what they do on a day-in, day-out basis. Then we have the moves team. So the moves team is, of course, people who are already in our program who will be moving from one property to another property. So there's a similar process that they go through when they're doing a Lease-Up as when they're doing a move. So they go through that process, and they work with families who are doing those moves. And then, of course, we have our inspections team and then our front desk team. And they're responsible for, obviously the inspections that happen on an initial basis and biannual. So these are our teams. So let me take a few minutes to recognize them and ask them to stand so you can see who they are. Will our new voucher leasing team please stand? Awesome. So you see, wow, look at that. It's got 6, 7 people on that team. You know what that means? This is the team that we're really expecting to help get our families vouchers, get more and more families out into the marketplace looking for new properties. So when you have new properties that come on your radar, you're saying, hey, I'm going to buy these properties, I'm going to buy these 10 properties, I'm going to buy this one property. This is the team who will be working with all those new voucher holders, all those new voucher participants that will be getting vouchers out to them. We do briefing sessions every single week for new voucher holders to learn about the program and then get vouchers. These are the ladies that will be handling your business. Let me just quickly introduce them. Sarah she just started with this. Devastano, there you go. She is our HS2. She's our team lead for that team. Sarah, just hold your hand up so everybody can see you. All right. And then to her right, to my left, Taquana Robinson. All right. And then we got Demetrius Houston. See, this is a good test for me. Is that Demetrius? There you go. Raise your hand, Demetrius. Okay. And then all the way over, we have Lisa Barney. Great. And then Tamisha Sims. And then Courtney Mack. So this is our team, our new voucher leasing team. Oh, and there's Miss Suzette Moore. So that's 8 people, I'm sorry. So we have a number of special program vouchers too. Right? Some of our emergency housing vouchers, some of our vouchers that are just for veterans, our VASH vouchers. They're working with all those special voucher types for families who are just leasing up with our program. Thank you all very much. And then let's have our ALR team stand up. Can you hear me? All right, our ALR team. Our ALR, we call it ALR, it's annual lease renewal. That's what ALR stands for. This is our recertification team. So simply, everybody on our program, HUD requires that they recertify once a year. Okay? It's a part of their new leasing voucher package. It's a part of their commitment to the program. It's their responsibility to recertify once a year, right? And it's a really simple process to recertify. It's simply filling out an application. If they've had any household composition changes, had a child has left my family, whatever, right? It's just updating how many household members you have in your family, and then any income changes from the last time we did it. Effectively, that's what it is. Am I right, ladies? Is there more to it than that? It's pretty straightforward. It's pretty simple. And so we ask them to come in. We send out notifications. We have a system they can go online and do that. But that's critical because that is something that obviously HUD wants to make sure that we're paying the right amount of money, right? Of course, if somebody got an income increase, then we should be paying a little less. They should be paying a little more, right? If someone has 2 more children in their family, well, then they probably need a bigger place, and they can be eligible for a voucher. The idea is we need to have every participant recertify at least once a year to remain compliant with HUD rules, program rules, for us to continue. And these are the ladies who recertify our families every year. So, starting at our far right, that's Miss Gibby, Miss Jennifer Gibby. She's a veteran here. Miss Gibby, how long have you been here? 31 years. Not 31 months, 31 years. That's incredible. That's incredible. So thank you for your service, Miss Gibby. She's done pretty much everything in this housing authority for the HCD program. Awesome. Then next to her, we have Miss Julie James. She's just starting with us a few months back. So thank you, Julie. And then here we have Miss Tiawada Irving, we call her Shay. So thank you all. That's our ALR team. Oh, okay. I'm sorry. Sonia's way over here. See, I was looking for you over here. And Sonia Curtis. Raise your hand, Sonia. Very good. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, so next we have our our moves team. Where's Miss Jackie and moves team? Okay, Miss Jackie is off today. Today is her 25th anniversary, so she's celebrating. 25 years, that's good, right? We let her have off for the day. Keep that 25 years going. So Miss Jackie Jackson, she's been with us for a good while as well. So our moves team, I mentioned, handles our families that are already leased up on our program, moving from one property to another property. So that's Miss Jackie. And then we have I'm sorry, goodness, I knew I was going to do this. Zakisha Moore. I got it. That's Miss Zakisha Moore. She's newer to our program. She's just been here a few months as well. And so she is on our moves team. Thank you, Zakisha. All right, and then we're going to move to our inspections team. Inspections team, raise your hand, stand up. Okay, so I'll start in the back. You see the gentleman in the blue jacket. Is that blue or black? Black jacket. That's Mr. Ramon Dees. He's our inspections manager. Many of you all may have heard, have had conversations with him here recently. He's been on the phone a lot. He's in the office next to me, so I hear him all the time on the phone talking with you. So he's our inspections manager. And then immediately to his right, raise your hand, that's Rakaya Carson. And she is our inspections scheduler. She handles all of the scheduling for initial inspections as well as our biennial inspections. She does a number of other things too, but those are the 2 primary functions that you will have a lot of interaction with her. And then right up here in the front, Mr. Mark Chatham. He's our senior inspector. Mark, how long have you been with the agency? 13, 14 years. I'm sure all of you know him because he's been out to your properties in a lot of instances. And now we're doing remote video inspections, so he's somebody that you're in contact with all the time. We have other inspectors that are remote, and so they are obviously doing the remote video inspection. But when we have a question or an issue, we generally turn to this man because he's got lots of experience here in the Mobile market. He knows you, he knows your properties, and we look to get those things done as quickly as possible. Thank you all. And then let me introduce some of our other staff over here to the left that you see. I'll start with Ms. Yetta Cook. She's our program management analyst. How many people know Ms. Cook? Everybody knows Ms. Cook. She does a great job for us. She intercedes on like everything. She provides answers to our staff. She does a lot of the behind the scenes work that you don't see, including all of this. She's been an integral part of helping to get this conference up and running and where it is. And so thank you so much, Ms. Cook. To her immediate left, this is our IT department. This is Ms. Keita Gully. And so she's going to be up here in just a little bit. Yardi, many people have heard of Yardi. You've heard of Yardi? You know that's our database. That's the system that we operate under. Rent Cafe. You've heard of Rent Cafe? She's the master of Rent Cafe. Now I'm putting her on the spot, right? And then we have the landlord portal. She's the know-it-all with that as well. Right, Keita? So you all don't get a chance to speak with her much. She is who we go to troubleshoot issues, matters that come up. Keita, how can we work this system better so it can be more effective? She's provided a lot of those answers. So thank you, Keita. I'm going to jump, because that's part of our IT, I'm going to jump right over here to David. David, stand up for us, raise your hand. David Gerald, is it Gerald? Jarrell, there you go. David Jarrell, he is our chief, is he chief IT officer? He's our IT officer, chief IT officer. And he handles like literally everything for the entire agency. And so we have these weekly meetings, and he's a great guy. He provides what we need. So a lot of the connectivity, all of that, he's been a vital part of helping to provide that for us. So thank you, David. Say it again. He said, and he is not available. That's right. He's internal too. That's great. And then last but not, I don't want to say last but not least. Oh yeah, we got a couple more. Okay, great. So let's go to this young lady who's standing up in the gray MHA shirt. Raise your hand, Tequila. How many people know Tequila? I know you know Tequila. Absolutely. This is Miss Tequila Poe. She works a lot with payment issues. Yeah, somebody said, oh yeah. She works a lot with payment issues, getting those squared away when we have them. And she does a whole lot of other stuff that, is all kind of internal to us helping to continue to run a good ship and get this ship even better. So thank you, Tequila, for your hard work. And then lastly in the back, last but not least, Miss Tara Cook. So we have two cooks in the house. This is Miss Tara Cook. She is what we call the gatekeeper. She's the one, she's got the right attitude for the front desk. She knows how to get down and dirty with folks when that's needed, but also be very professional and calm and de-escalating situations. So we appreciate Ms. Tara Cook. You may have had some interaction with her if you come to our office. One other gentleman who also, he's back at the office, who works with our participants on a regular basis is Mr. Darrell Williams, and so our customer solutions specialist. Well, that's my title for him, anyway. He works a lot with our participants. So we do have 2 more people starting with our program in August. They were just hired, and then we'll be interviewing and hiring some more folks in the next week or so. So we're constantly growing and having some turnover as well. So I did want to do staff introductions. So thank you, MHA staff, for your hard work. Let's give them a round of applause. All right, and then last but not least, this year we recently started a landlord council. So our landlord council, the purpose of the landlord council is really twofold. It's number one, to be ears and a mouthpiece to MHA, to our HCD staff, to our management staff. I'm sorry, let me do one more thing too. There's one more person. She is not here, but Magdalene Scretta. She is my co-partner as a program administrator, so I do want to recognize her. So our landlord council is the ears, is the mouthpiece for the landlord body at whole. When we put this landlord council together, we wanted folks who have lots of properties and some who have just a few properties to give us really good perspective about what their experience is with our agency and doing business with us. And so a lot of what we have developed and are continuing to work on and develop as a result of their input. We've had our initial meeting a few months ago, and that was a great meeting. It was a great opportunity for me to share with them kind of where we are as a department, things that we're looking to grow and change in, and then to get their input, get their feedback to some of those things, and then to get their ideas about how we could in fact do better, increase communication, where some of the sensitive areas have been challenges from their experience in running their business and working with us. And so that's their first purpose of the Landlord Council, to help us create a really good partnership of communication with folks who are working with us on a regular basis, so that we can do better as an agency and be responsive to the needs and things that we're seeing. So I want to do introductions of our Landlord Council. So for any of our Landlord Council, will you please stand up? Any members that are here? Wonderful, wonderful. Thank you all. Let's give them a round of applause. I'm going to just announce all of the names for the folks that are part of our Landlord Council. Mr. John Stimson and Celo Anez. They're with 251 Properties. Ms. Debbie Keith, who's part of Keith Realty. Mr. Riley Terrell. Mr. Jimmy Beard. Mr. Joey Brashears. Stardust Hutcherson, Ferris Amalou, Dina and George Blankenship, Renee Dials, and Clay Harbor. So these are members of our Landlord Council, and we certainly thank them for their work and efforts. And we'll be coming together probably initially semi-annually, and then we'll increase that to quarterly as we continue to try to make improvements. So, a little bit behind schedule, so we're going to move forward right away to, oh, okay, you want to do it? So she wants me to do the door prize. Did y'all know we had door prizes? Okay, did everybody get a ticket? You got tickets? Okay, so, we have the tickets for you. Oh, we have the tickets for you. Okay, so we have selected one. This is the one. Okay, so this is the one. Oh, I see. So I don't need to even announce the number, huh? Okay. What's this one? Oh, okay. So Dontrell Todd. Are we saying your first name right? Todd? Dante. Okay. Great. You're our first winner of our door prize. Mr. Todd, thank you for being a landlord with us. Hopefully this will be something in there. I don't know what's in there, so hopefully it'll be something to help your business. All right, so we're going to go ahead and get started with our first presentation, Maximizing Your Success with MHA. Ms. Yetta Cook will be moderating this session.
Maximizing your success with MHA through the Rent Cafe user interface. You have to say. What is the Rent Cafe? What are we going to be covering this morning? We're going to cover what is the Rent Cafe. We're going to look at your landlord notifications, gaining access to the portal. What can I do to get onto the portal? We'll have our staff panelists to discuss the portal, and we'll have a question and answer session. What is Rent Cafe? Rent Cafe is a web-based program that replaces some of our paper processes. You can review and update your contact information. It allows you to upload documents without coming into our office. It's convenient access to data like pay, your unit inventory, inspection results, and even your abatements or missed payments. It gives pertinent information regarding your tenants, like their recertification dates, their rent share notices, and the effective dates of those rent shares. We have about 40% of our landlords that are actively using our Rent Cafe portal, and we really need to increase that number. It'll help you do better business with us and also allow us to do better business with you. This is what your registration letter looked like when we initially sent it out. It gave you the website and your user code. So if you're not registered today, we want to get you registered before you leave, and we have some people available, and we also have your registration codes available. Okay. So this is the landing page at portal.mobilehousing.org. In the right-hand corner, you'll see the login information, and that's where we need you to go as the login. As the landlord. You'll click on login for the landlord. All right, on this page, you'll see that the login page shows information on announcements that we may have out for you. Instructions for the first-time users, you can click on register here, and again, you'll use that registration code that we've given you. For those that you are returning to the portal, you'll just put in your registration code that you already have, your user name, and the password that you selected for yourself. And then if you have multiple companies that you want to register under one tab, we also have a link for you there. That's good. She's going to keep me on track. All right. This is what the portal looks like once you register and get into the portal itself. The bottom screen is your profile or your dashboard, and the top left is all of the announcements. Right now, I suggest that you go into the portal to see if you have any announcements regarding any of your tenants that were just recently uploaded this week. So here's another look at it. Become very familiar with it. Go in, look at it. You can click on any of the links. You can't hurt anything. You're just going to be taking a look around, but we want to get you familiar with it this morning, okay? All right. We have 3 areas that is for the landlord personal information. These links hold pertinent information concerning the user to include the landlord's name, the company's name, mailing address, email address, phone number. The EFT shows you your banking information, of course. And the last one is registration with another agency. Now, if you do business with Pritchard Housing, they also use the Yarder program, so you can click that link to help you register with other programs. All right, we're back to our dashboard. The next place where we're going to be going is to caseworker information. Now again, Mr. Watkins told us this morning that we do not have teams. We don't have personal caseworkers for each family, but we do have the teams that, let me change my slide, I'm gonna go back. You have your teams for your families that are coming off of the wait list. This is the email address that you'll need to contact if you have any questions. All right? For recertifications, you want to reach out to the LR team, and you'll just send them an email, and all of the caseworkers will get the email and be able to respond to it. And the same thing for those families that may be moving, that are already on the program. They're at internalmoves@mobilehousing.org. So I'll give you a second just to write those emails down. Okay, so we're going to share with you the information that, again, it is going to be posted on your portal. But recently, we've had a great deal of our families that are late in recertifying. Because we are using the portal, a lot of them are not going into the portal themselves to get everything completed. So we posted an announcement on the portal and sent letters out to both the landlords and the tenants to advise that these families are late on their recertifications, and we're needing them to come into the office as soon as possible next week. They're scheduled. They need to come in. We'll have staff available that will be willing to process them on spot. They can come in, get their recertification completed on their computers. They need to bring their documentation with them, and we can get them processed right away. Okay? So we want you to go onto your portal to verify if your family falls into that category and help us get them into the office. Okay?
Question. How do you know if they need to recertify? Is that part of lease renewal or?
Yes. Well, I'm going to show you just a second. I'm going to show you where you
And
can go and live.
let me just modify one thing. So the announcement is there for all landlords to see. So if any landlord goes onto the portal, you'll see the announcement on the front screen of the letter we actually sent out to the participants who are late. Now, it only went to those who have not recertified. They're late. They were supposed to recertify in April, in May, in January. They got that letter, right? And so we wanted you, all landlords, to be able to see that letter and what's in that letter. And we say in the announcement that this is the letter that we sent to all late families who have not recertified as of yet. And then Yetta's going to show you now where you can then see whether or not your tenant has actually recertified. So she'll show that.
All right. So we do have several areas on the portal, and we'll talk about each one, but on the caseworker page, here you can see where it says next re-exam date. It's going to have a corner, listen. Yeah. Right there. Re-exam date?
It's hard to see. It's hard to see. It's hard to see. It's hard to see.
Listen, can you turn the lights down so they can see a little bit better up here?
Is it in the next? It's in the next slide.
Yeah, I'm taking another slide. This is one. The recertification date. Okay.
That says we reached your.
Yes. Well, they said you can't see, but you can go over and show them. Ms. Tequila gonna show you exactly where. She's gonna point it out for you. All right. So it says re-exam date, and that'll let you know if it's a past date, you know automatically that the family is late for recertifying. If it's in the future like this one, it says January of 2023, then you know that that family has come in to recertify. But we are going to show you in another slide. Another thing that I want to point out on this particular slide is if, once you go into caseworker information, if you see that your family status is passed, and they're still in your unit, you need to contact the office and let us know, because sometimes the family may have turned in a notice to vacate and they've told us they're gone from your property, and we don't know that they're still living in your property. They're supposed to be gone. So you need to just let us know that, hey, Miss Jane Doe is still in my unit. What can we do to assist her? Okay? All right, so we're back to our dashboard, and the next place we're going to go is to the money. To our ledger, right? She said, All right. So here, you'll see, I hope you guys can see the slides. I'm sorry that they're so dark. But we have a lot of information on this slide as well. Once you click on that link, you can see your EFT information, the ACH number that your payment is tied to, the check date that we sent the payment out to you. You'll have your unit, the tenant's name, the amount that they were paid, and the month that we actually paid you for that tenant. So what I wanted to point out here is, first, you have filters across the top. You can always filter for whatever you're looking for. Mr. Tequila told me to make sure you know to filter for the date in which you got paid. Now, when we post our payments, you'll get an email from our office to say, hey, your payments are posted. And these are the families that you're getting paid for. But then you can still come to the ledger, filter for, we're going to use the example 2-4, and it's going to tell you everybody that you got paid for February 4th. Okay? So we also want you to know that if we're paying you maybe a back payment because a family member, a family turned in an interim, and we're having to go back to December to pay that interim for you. So if we're paying it on 2-4, the payment is only going to post for 2-4, but in the description or the notes, it'll tell you that we're paying for January, December, and February. So you want to still filter for that 2-4 date to make sure that you understand what monies you're receiving for that day. Everybody understand? All right. The next section is detailed unit information. Of course, this lets us know we're talking about the unit itself, right? All right, on this page, there's more information about that re-exam date, as well as the tenant, the half payee, the legal owner of the property. You have your contract rent, the portion that mobile housing is paying to you, and the portion that the tenant is paying to you. So at any time, you can go in and see also the effective date of that payment. So this is vitally important in that you want to make sure that the contract rent is correct, the half that you're receiving for that family is correct, and that the tenant is also paying you the correct amount. Okay? One thing we wanted to identify here is if the half payee, sometimes we have agents that conduct your business, and a lot of times they may be receiving a payment, and then at the end of the year they say, well, it wasn't supposed to come to me, it was supposed to go to Mr. Watkins. When you get into your ledger every month, that is the time when you need to let us know, and not so much in February when everybody's getting a 1099. So if you see that there's an issue, you need to notify us in advance. Okay? Anything else I need to point out here? Keita? All right, the next one is regarding your units themselves. Now, this information provides information on your inspections, holds, and abatements, but this is going to be covered in the next slide session with Mr. Ramon, so I'm not going to talk about these two. All right, so we're back to the portal, to our dashboard. We're going to go to attachments and upload documents. All right. So here, through the portal, it makes it easy for us to receive and send documents to both the landlord and get information from the landlord. With attachments, that's what we give to you. That's any attachments we attach to the portal on behalf of any of your families. We can attach the lease amendments. You may get your recertification letters. We know that we're posting the inspection letters there. In this instance, Mr. Watkins posted the letters that went out to the family just as an announcement on the portal. So you want to just take a look. Now, for the upload documents, that's the area where the landlord sends documents back to the housing authority. There you can send your recert letters, your self-cert letters for inspections. You can send back your any letters that you've been notifying your families with, your ownership change documents, and any notices that you've been giving to your tenant. We ask that you send that information to the portal under upload documents. Did you have some? Okay. All right. You can upload the documents to your computer, scan them in, rename them, click save, and once you do that, you'll receive an email you'll get a notice that says your documents have been successfully uploaded. Okay? When that happens, our office gets an email from you that tells us Mr. Beard sent us his self-serve. Now, what you name it is up to you. If you're sending in a self-serve for 123 Apple Street, maybe you want to name it that. So that when it comes across, it says Mr. Beard is sending me self-serve for 123 Apple Street. Okay? So that cuts down some of that. Maybe, you don't feel like coming to the office that day. You can just upload it to the portal. All right. So I'm coming to my last area, which is additional documentation. All right. So here, when you click that link, it takes you straight to our HCD website. Now, we are working on our website, so be patient with us in that area, but there is document and notifications there that is vitally important for you to do your business with our office. Again, you have your ownership changes, you have direct deposit forms. Now, if you go into the portal and you decide that you need to change your bank account, I know that a few banks have had name changes. And so we've had landlords coming down, bringing the documents, but you can do it here through a quick link. You can go to the portal, click that you want to change your EFT information, but you have to provide us with the direct deposit information so you can go here, get your form, fill it out, attach the check, and then upload it through the portal. And again, you'll get an email from us letting us know that you've received it, and that we've received it. Also, the rent increase forms. You can pull down the rent increase, sign what you need, get your family to sign it, upload it back to the portal, or you can send it to the portal, or you can send it to rentincrease@mobilehousing.org. Okay? There's other information available on our website. You have your 2022 payment standards. We have our admin plan there, as well as our utility charts. A lot of times we have the apartment complexes calling at the beginning of the year, asking for the utility charts. If you go to the website, sometimes they're right, they're already loaded up for you. Okay? All right, so that's it for me, but if you have any questions, we have our panel here, our expert guarding person that can help answer any of your questions. Any questions? Yes, sir.
Are there any guidelines for our rent increase?
With the rent increase, you do have to put the rent increase 60 days, you have to give us 60 days notice.
But are there any guidelines, I guess, on how much you can increase the rent?
We just ask that it's reasonable, but there's not like a limit, but you have to be mindful that this is low income, you know, and that the family, it may be responsible for a great deal of your income that you got.
Right. So I guess one of the reasons why I was asking the question, right? So we're in an inflation time, right? So obviously that's going to change, I guess, normal, what's expected as a normal rent increase.
Right.
So, okay.
And we've seen, you know, that, and as long as the unit rates what you're asking, you know, we can get it taken care of. But again, you do have to give us 60 days, and you can only get one increase within a 12-month period. Yes, sir. Thank you.
And to follow up with that, how long does it usually take your agency to process that rent increase request?
Well, like I said, we've had a great deal of rent increases coming in this year because of the inflation and everything that everybody's dealing with. So we do have a lot of them, and we're trying to get them processed as soon as we possibly can.
It's a standard process that we go through with reasonable testing. Explain that.
So you want to use the mic? Just.
Question here.
Hello? So with our normal rent increase request, what we do is we take, Okay. So we take the amount that you request for your rent to be increased to. We'll do a rent reasonable test, which takes the top 3 comparable units in a 5-mile radius that are unsubsidized in that area. And then we compare the rent that you want to those rents, and it gives us the best rent that we can offer. Most of the time we can't approve you for what you want for, like she said, you want to be mindful that a lot of times that increase goes toward the tenant. You want to be mindful that they are low income. But that's basically, we run a rent reasonable, we approve it, and then we'll, within 60 days, you'll get the rent increase. To affect the first of the month following those 60 days. So if you turn one in today, July, I go to affect October 1st.
So it usually takes us about 30 days to go through the process. We have to send notification to the resident of the rent share shift. So if you requested, as an example, an increase of $100 to your rent, let's say your rent is $700 and you go to $800. Let's say it rates. We go through our rent reasonable testing, it rates. We have to then notify the tenant through a rent share letter that here's how this rent increase that, ma'am, sir, you signed for, you said yes, no problem. Here's how it's going to impact you from a rent share perspective. So we have to send that notice out to them within 30 days. That's posted to the portal as well. And so that's why we request a 60-day window in order to do that. And obviously it's effective the first month after that 60 days. So if you send it on July 1st, then of course you got July, August, then it'll be good for September. If you send it on July 15th, then it's August 15th, September 15th, and then obviously it'll be good on October 1st. Does that make sense?
Yes, it's from the day that you receive it in the office, not so much when you sign the paperwork. This lady right here.
And just to tag on to what he said a little bit, as far as, are there recommendations as far as certain areas for like a 3-bedroom, 1-bath, or 3-bedroom, 2-bedroom, like, do you guys have anything on there as far as recommendation? And it's automatically going to be lower than what the area is?
So let me answer that question like this. We don't actually have recommendations that you're requesting. What we use is our payment standard as the guide. So when you go online and you see our payment standard, the payment standard indicates the most that we in the Mobile market can provide for any of our subsidy. Now, our subsidy encompasses 2 components. The housing assistance payment, right, which is the payment that we make to you as a landlord. That's one part of our subsidy. And then we have a utility subsidy. So the utility subsidy is paid to Alabama Power on behalf of the resident. So that's what we use to base our payments. Any amount of our payments, either half or utility, is based on the payment standard. So 2 things have happened this year that you should really already know because we posted this on the portal as well. One, and so let me give you an understanding. So fair market rents, that's something that HUD on an annual basis determines for every jurisdiction in the country. So every year around October, they publish what the new fair market rents are going to be for the following year. Okay, those are the fair market rents that we then set our payment standard to. Last year, our payment standard was set to 110% of the fair market rents, which again come down from HUD. This year, it's 120%. Our payment standard is 120% of the fair market rents. So we're 20% above what HUD has determined to be fair market rents for assisted housing. Okay? And so out of that payment standard, we then divide, and again, it's on an individual basis. Somebody who makes pretty good income may not get a utility subsidy. Somebody who's not making any income may get a large utility subsidy. So there's really no way for us to just give a blanket, this is how much we pay in utilities, individually determined. So that's the first thing you should know, that we're at the maximum amount that HUD permits housing authorities to pay to establish their payment standard. The second thing is we've implemented small area fair market rents. So every jurisdiction is broken down based on the MSA, Metropolitan Statistical Area, which is what HUD usually provides to the housing authorities all around the country. But then they also do a deeper dive into fair market rents based on zip code. So right now, if you're in, as an example, 36695, that fair market rent for that zip code is higher than the fair market rent for the entire general area that's identified as Mobile MSA. Okay? So we have 5 fair market rents, small area fair market rents that we publish. Right? So it's online, it's there, where the fair market rent is higher than the general area, and our payment standard is at 120% of that. So my point is, you can use that as a gauge, right? Because you know, or you can't pay $1,600, period, right? For that, for one bedroom, as an example. It's above our payment standard. So you'll never be able to get that because it's above our payment standard. But then that's why we go through the reasonable testing. And then that's when, if it doesn't, what we call rate, if it doesn't rate, then it'll tell us this is the maximum amount that we're able to pay, and then we'll send that out in the form of what's called a max rent letter.
And so I guess as a guide, you can go to HUD.gov every year, you can ready to determine what your rent share is going to be, and look at the fair market rents for the prior. Let's see, right here.
Say that we submit a form for a rent increase. If the tenant doesn't agree to that, means we can't, if they don't agree to it, don't sign the form. You said we determine we need increase. The renter has to sign that form before we submit it to you, correct?
Yes.
And So if they don't agree to it, they can't go any further than that?
We can't do the increase for you, but if they don't want to do the increase, you can ask them to, you can terminate the lease. You know, unfortunately, because we can't make them sign saying that they wanted to do a increase, but then if you want one and they don't want one, then they may have to move. That's the other
Yeah, that's always the alternative. Is when I first moved here to Mobile, before I bought a home here, I lived in an apartment, and they said, well, we're going up on the rent, and I have an option. I can either agree to pay the rent, and it's increase, or not. Me agreeing to pay the rent is me continuing to live there, right? You can decide, I'm going up on the rent whether you want to stay here or not. This is what the rent is going to be. Now, obviously, you have to sign it so that we can send that in. You're in agreement with that. And if you're not, well then, use your 60-day notice to move. Does that make sense? So that's how that kind of works.
Yes, ma'am.
So we don't know, and neither would the tenant know, what portion of that they would have to pay, because you know what the maximum is. So if we say to them, we're going up $100, they're signing that, okay, I'll pay $100, but when it goes to you and you do that evaluation, it may not be $100 because you're going to pay a portion of that. How would they know that?
We're going to send them a notice to let
But
them
they
know.
won't get the notice if you haven't ever sent it to you, because they have to sign. You didn't send it. They don't know what they're signing. They may refuse to sign it, but they think they have to pay the whole portion.
And it's a possibility that they can pay the whole portion.
There's a possibility they may not too.
Right.
And so, if there was just some other way that they would understand that you're not,
So let me help out.
okay.
Okay, let me help out. First of all, after your first year of tenancy, you're required under the HAP agreement, under your lease, you know, most people do a one-year lease, right? You can't just get up and leave them on 3 because I don't want to live here. You have to fulfill the terms of your lease. You're generally only doing the rent increase. You can't do a rent increase during month 6, right? You're a one-year contract. So at the end of your 12 months, in advance of your 12 months, you're going to say, hey, I want to do a rent increase. Your lease is coming up. It's going to expire in October, right? Let's say that right now. It's going to expire in October, so I'm giving you a notice that, hey, I'm going to go up on the rent by $100. If you're willing to, stay here under $100, you know as a tenant, the maximum amount, regardless of what the housing authority does, the maximum amount that you have to pay is another $100. You won't know what your rent share is until you go through the process. Now, at the end of your lease, you have an option to stay or go, right? So let's say you sign that and say, okay, well, I'm really not comfortable with $100, but you're right. Maybe my rent share will pick up half of that, and I can do $50, right? So then they find out, because now we've sent the rent share that, actually, if you're making good income, you've got to pick up all of that $100. The timing of this, and this is why that's important, is because now you're going to come up to the end of your lease. Well, in Mobile, I have to give you notice to vacate, right? So if I give you that notice to vacate because I can't and don't want to pay $100, well then it's on the tenant to say, yeah, I got my rent increase, my rent share, and I'm not going to be able to do that. I need to go ahead and get ready to leave. So it's no harm for them to do that. They still have rights to say, hey, I'm not going to be able to stay because now I have to realize I'm going to have to put that $100, and I don't want to have to do that. Here's my notice to vacate, and I'll be leaving at the end of the month. At the end of your lease, you typically move to a month-to-month unless you're a landlord and you can run your business how you choose, unless you're a landlord that requires them at the end of the lease to sign another 12-month lease. So you have to perhaps, one, if you're like most landlords, you then end up going to a month-to-month, well then we ask that you give 60-day notice, right? Why? So that you can get another voucher and have time to go look for a property before you have to move out of this property. That's why we do the 60-day notice. But from what we understand from Mobile, it just requires a 30-day notice, like the law requires a 30-day notice. So the timing of that really works out to be the same. If you let me know now that you want to do a rent increase, they sign it,
and then they come back because we're not gonna pay any more money, and they have to come up with 100, 200, whatever it is, they still have time then to let you know, hey, no, I'm actually not gonna be able to pay this extra 200, 100, whatever it is, and I need to go ahead and look what I'm doing. So here's my notice to take. Does that make sense?
This is concerning the portal when there is a property management and a enforcement owner. So is this somehow or somewhere, please close in the future, that you will have it where the owner can still look, like for instance, the electronic federal tax payment program. So if somebody is paying their taxes, they're doing all your work for you, the owner still can see what's going on with your business. They can't do anything, but they can see for transparency reasons. Will your system ever allow for the information to go into the management side, their portal, but the owner still can look and see what's going on? Mostly they worry about their money, the owner. They worry about their money. So in their portal, they should be able to see that this money is being directed out of here, or this how much it is, or whatever. And the management side, all the transactional things can occur there, but they still able to see. Is that, it's possible, but is it, in you all's rank, is it possible?
So I believe in the portal, they can only have one email address per vendor, right? So if the owner has, like, say, for instance, yourself as the agent where you're becoming, because we can only have one account per vendor, you would have to share the login information to the owners so they can go in and review all the documents in the portal, or information in the
That's not
portal.
what I'm asking. I guess let me try to make it clear. They're a vendor, so they can have other properties, but I'm also a vendor. So if they're logged in with their email address and everything, they have their own account, and I have an account. So all the information, transactional things I'm doing, but the owner still can log in and see if it's their property. Right.
Well, what she's saying, only having one login.
Right. I think you ought to, they have their own login.
Yeah, no, we understand what you're saying, because they may have several clients, and if you get their login information, you can see every document. That's what you're saying?
No, what I'm saying, transparency. When you're in the federal system, federal government, that is, so when I go in, I'm also an accountant. So when I go in and I pay tax payments for my clients, they also have an account with the same system, their own personal stuff. They can't do anything, but they can see where their money is being paid. That makes sense? They can see. In your system, is there possible for you all to do that? It's possible, but are you all really looking to it? It's a possibility.
Well, it's not mobile housing authority, it's the yarding system.
So it's their system.
Yeah, it's their system. And the way that they have it set up is that you can only have that one login
For that property.
for that, whatever that agency is that's registered with that
We
code.
worry about the property. So can that property be visible in this?
No,
And in
because-
this, so the property can only be in one place?
Yes,
But it's tied to a vendor.
yes, I should have been.
But the system does allow that management company, if that's who has the access, to electronically outsource the file to them, or to the accountant, or.
Yeah, because they can export the document.
You can't export the ledger to an Excel file.
Oh, okay, I saw that.
But you have to get the management company to take that function.
I also want to throw in there that if you have any suggestions, please, you're welcome to send it in. And then we can get that information to Yardi. Now, it may take a couple of iterations or versions. It may take a couple of years, but they are open to receive suggestions to make the system better for you as well as for us.
Right.
With the tenants that you have that are late on recertification, and you said that you all will be open to helping them, do they still need to schedule an appointment?
No, it's, next week is open. They just need to come down again with their paperwork. They received the letter, so they will come down with their documents and everything, and we'll have caseworkers available to assist them to get them processed.
And that's all of next week?
All next week, we're starting Monday through Friday of next week.
Okay, thank you.
For those that can't come, they can upload their documents also.
They'll still do their recertification online like normal. Yes, sir.
Two questions. I know that you have the 60-day requirement for a rent increase for your department. Now, it may be our decision as landlords or business, but are there any recommendations for the time frame to give the tenant the rent increase notice, allowing them to decide whether or not they do it before you enter that 60-day window?
You can give it to them 30 days prior, or however you want, you know.
So it's
they-
it's totally
yeah,
up to them.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. You can just let them know. We have some landlords that give it to them early enough for them to know that, hey, I'm getting ready to increase.
Okay, I wasn't sure if there's a requisite window before you enter that 60-day window.
No.
All right, and the second question is, I'm sorry.
It's okay.
The second question is, I know that Pritchard Housing they will apply the reasonableness test for a request for an increase. But we were told that regardless of the increase, it will only be 10% above what your current rent is. So if that doesn't apply, it won't be, even though you guys are using the same system.
Yeah, that's Pritchard.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
The rent increase that you request, the tenant would have to pay 100% of that increase, or is, okay?
No, ma'am, it's depending on their income.
Okay. The second question is, with the recertification letter that is sent out to the tenant. I didn't have any idea that my tenant was up for a recertification until I had missed about 2 payments. And so, is there any way that I will get a notice that would inform me that they are up for their recertification so that I can track that?
You can check the portal on those slides that I was just showing you in the profile, but then the letters will be going out from the office to the landlord as well as.
Okay, again, where is that on the portal, the path, on that portal, so that I could pull that information up? Because on my portal, I looked at all of the attachment. I didn't see anything on the attachment.
The attachments is what come from our office to you. So he's looking at this is the ledger. So the ledger shows you the re-exam date. Yes, ma'am. That tells you the date that the family is due for their recertification.
Okay.
And this is on everybody sees this, right? So no matter how many tenants you have, like we show a bunch of tenants here, you can see their re-exam date. So this person has a re-exam date of 2/1/22. Well, what's this month? We're in July. So guess what they are? There you go. This person here has 4/1/23. So guess what? They're good. Their next re-exam date is 4/1/23. Well, that's not until April of 23. So they're good. But this person here that says 2/1/22, they're not so good. This person here at 9/1/22, theirs is coming up, right? So we send out notifications, but from a landlord, if we never sent you anything, guess what? You can go right here every month and see exactly where people stand who are your tenants. And you know exactly what's going on. And so, again, this is part of the partnership, because we'll send out notices, and part of why payments stop, right? Because technically, we have 2 options as a housing authority. Okay? And we'll talk about this in a bit, and then we want to move on to the next session. But we have 2 options here. We can either terminate them from the program immediately. Oh, you missed your 9/1, you're terminated. And then you will stop getting payment, and then you'll have to go through an eviction process. Or we can hold the payment, because you know what we do know what gets people's attention? When the money is not paid, everybody asks questions, right? And so no matter how many letters we've sent out, when we stop making the payment, guess who we end up seeing come through our doors? Landlord, number 1, and number 2, right behind them, and sometimes the landlord is bringing the tenants with them. You're going to do your recertification today, and we're going to get a check on the next payday. So we know that that moves people. We don't want to have to do that. We want everybody just to do what they're supposed to do, and we don't have no problems. But as you can see, 2/1/22, and we're still waiting. So there's a lot more questions. I know we could talk about this, but I do want to, we got lunch coming in about 45 minutes.
Is that under the ledger?
This is on your portal, under the ledger and under unit information.
There's 3 places you can check again. You got your ledger, you have your caseworker information link, and your unit link that shows your next re-exam date. Now, one more question, and then we're gonna, I'm gonna ask you your question, and then the rest of you that have questions, please jot them down on your index card, and then we can get to them in the next session.
Okay, my question is not about anything about the portal, but it's about, as a landlord, we keep up with our responsibility with keeping up with the housing, you know, making sure everything's up to date. When we move them into the house, it's inspected and everything's perfect. And then the tenant has holes in your wall, things like that, and that they did, not nothing that you did. But then our check stops when the inspection goes through and they don't pass. Sometimes we're not even there for the inspection. So how can we avoid, I know that's going to be on the purpose, right, that section, but not just stopping our check. You know, before it even gets to that point, they should be held accountable. Like he said, there should be some way in which, not our check gets stopped, but they get a letter saying, hey, we're going to do something about that.
Yeah,
before it gets out of hand.
Well, it's on both ends, but I'm gonna let Mr. Ramon talk about that in his session, okay?
Perfect segue.
All right.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
Good questions.
Well, good morning. Good morning. So we are going to move right into overcoming inspection hurdles. And of course, as you can see on the screen, I'm probably going to sit down from here in a moment. Discover how to get inspections completed faster with less stress. And we want to help you as much as possible to keep from getting abated. That is not a term that we really want to be in discussion about. But it does happen from time to time. Okay? So, what are we covering? The inspections team communicating with us, housing quality standards, otherwise known as HQS, the process of issuing a voucher, initial inspections versus biennials, and special inspections and QC inspections, and there are a couple of things that we have included here. How we schedule remote virtual inspections, otherwise known as RVIs, types of deficiencies, how to avoid abatement, and then Q&A, all right? Again, I'm Ramon Dees, Manager of Inspections, email address, Rakai Carson, clerk, handling all the scheduling, Mark Chatham, our Senior Inspector, Hank Mendoza, a remote inspector, Jay Watkins, also remote, and Andrea McCann. So that's the team. But then again, we have Keita Gully here, who she's worked in inspections, which is, Keita handles so many things at MHA, so that's why she's a part of the panel as well. Communicating with us. The best way to communicate with anyone on staff at MHA, not just our team, is via email, and really making a point to point this out because, you know, one of the things that we hear on a regular basis is how difficult it can be sometimes to give feedback, to either call back and things of that nature. And sometimes just the volume of calls that come in, not sometimes, it is overwhelming consistently. One of the benefits of email is that it protects you as well as us. When I say it protects you, sometimes I've had conversations with landlords, sometimes participants, tenants, where they had a conversation with someone or they're saying that they dropped, let's say
specifically as it relates to an inspection. If the inspection failed, and then the self-cert needed to be turned in, and let's say they came in, they dropped it off, but it was not emailed. Then, because we're human, this does not happen a lot, but it has happened where a piece of paper that was physically turned in, wow, disappeared. Now, it should be stamped when it comes in and filed accordingly. Well, if that same self-certification was emailed, then you have that in your sent folder and it's time and date stamped. So then, if something comes up as it relates to why, let's say a unit went into abatement, you stop getting payments, and then you call us and say, well, hey, I sent that self-cert form in, within 25 days of the initial inspection, so it should have never gone into abatement. Okay? You're saying you turned it in, well, if it didn't follow the right channels and it didn't end up in the right place, and you don't have the copy anymore, which I had that conversation with somebody at one point, then that's really challenging. But if you send it as an email, then you should still have that in your sent box, and you can resend it, and the original sent date, that time and date stamp is there, and that certifies to us, well, hey, we see that in that email, so we know they actually did send it. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay, so that's why I'm saying email protects you, which, yes. Now, here's the other thing. Because of the number of phone calls that we get on a regular basis, we can respond to, and these are just arbitrary numbers, but just to make the point, we can respond to 27 emails faster than 10 one-on-one phone calls. Now, I'm not saying don't call us. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is, in the interest of getting your question answered, sometimes the best way to communicate with us is via email. That's best. There are times when we need to have a conversation because things happen, especially if it's a matter of repairs were done. I just had a conversation yesterday with a landlord, and it failed inspection in November. He made the repairs within, according to him and the tenant, the repairs were made within 2 days of the inspection. But he didn't get an email with the form, the self-cert form. So we needed to have a conversation so he could explain what happened. Once I understood, because if I just look at the Yardi, the software tells me, well, this failed, there was a big time gap, we didn't hear from the landlord, it went into abatement. So the system can tell us one thing, but then our conversation fills in the gaps. So sometimes we understand conversations are necessary. I ended up having to have a conversation with the landlord, a conversation with the tenant, and a conversation with the inspector to understand what really happened in that situation so that we could go back and clear up about 6 months of lost cash flow. So again, I just want to be clear, there are times when we need to have those conversations, but sometimes it is just a matter of send us an email, let us know what's going on, and understand that electronic footprint paper trail is oftentimes in your best interest. Okay? Now, where can we help? Okay, what can we really affect in the whole inspections process? When you have questions about scheduling and concerns around whether it's initial or a biennial inspection, setting up re-inspections, questions regarding abatements, and complaints surrounding HQS deficiencies. These are the areas, I think, those are the areas where we can really speak to and answer your questions, all right? Now, as you've already heard in the previous session, one of the ways to consistently get faster results is logging into the portal on a regular basis. I can't tell you the number of conversations I've had, and it may not be anyone in this room, I can't say, but I've had numbers of conversations with landlords that just haven't been registered in the portal, not familiar with the portal, and a lot of times, as you see with inspections, abatements and holds, owner self-certifications, all of those items can be addressed in the portal, because as soon as, let's say as this inspector, Mark Chatham, when he completes an inspection or any of our inspections, there's what's called an inspection template. When that inspection is completed and we hit submit, that information is immediately populated to the portal. So as a landlord, you can log in and you can see immediately, did it pass, did it fail? Now, also within the portal, you can actually generate a letter for Kaya Carson, the clerk. When an inspection fails, you get notification from a landlord, from an inspector, typically how fast. So by the end of the same day, our team gets notified. So we get notified at the end of today, which is a Friday, that, and then 2 or 3 inspections of how many ever failed, what process do you go through from there? Yes.
Once I receive notification that it pays, okay, the bill report does go out within 24 hours. It will be emailed to the landlord in the tenant.
Okay. So 24 hours. Now, again, time, depending upon what level of failure, deficiencies are going on there, if there's small issues that can be quickly corrected, that may not be a big deal. But if it's a health and safety issue, let's say, let's say a major hole in the roof or something like that, heating and air not working, plumbing issues, smoke alarms, those are things from a landlord perspective, you may not want that type of a gap, that time gap, you may want awareness sooner. And this is why logging into the portal can be a real advantage, because you can immediately log in, you can see what's going on, even before you receive documentation from our department, and you can immediately get in touch with that tenant. You can begin to reach out to your team, your vendors, anyone that you need to address those deficiencies, okay? Because again, if it's a standard that we call routine maintenance issue, there's a 30-day window that you have to bring those corrections. But if it's health and safety related, okay, those need to be addressed within 24 hours. So again, at the end of the day today, if we find out today and then that notification, let's say we get a notification at 4 o'clock, our office closes at 4:30, that email goes out Monday, but if that's a heating and air issue, that's something likely you would, especially in this climate, in the summertime, you would want to be notified about that so that you can immediately call a heating and air vendor and really get that moving. And I want to say this too, because here's what we understand. Sometimes participants, maybe not so much. If they don't have, if their home is not comfortable, because I've had these conversations. Well, hey, it's 24 hours, they haven't, corrected the issue, and they're looking for faster movement. We need to see, from a HQS perspective, we need to see reasonable actions to mitigate that. It needs to be corrected as soon as possible, but we understand, one, you got to be able to find a vendor. So if the vendors are not available, well, what steps did you take to address it? It may take a couple days to really get that issue corrected fully, but can you rock by things? Can you take some type of a step that shows there's the right level of urgency around bringing some level of mitigation to that challenge? Does that make sense? So just because it's not corrected fully within 24 hours, that doesn't automatically mean, well, okay, they're going to end up in abatement for sure. We understand sometimes there are a few steps that need to be taken, but we need to know, and obviously the participant, the tenant needs to know, that the appropriate, the best, maximum level of action that's available to you was taken, you were considered, you were aware, and when we're aware of that, then we work with you to make sure that when those corrections are made, the file is notated accordingly, and we do our best not to just haphazardly put units into abatement. Does that make sense? Okay. But again, you can get faster results around unit inspections. Let me step down because I can't quite read that from here. Unit holds abatements, and then of course uploading of documents. So again, even when it comes down to the owner self-serve, you can email that to us, inspections@mobilehousing.org, or you can upload it directly to the portal, and we can access it that way. Because when you upload documents, then we receive emails letting us know, hey, a document was uploaded, so we can go in, download it, attach it to the file, and notate it accordingly. Now, this is just a suggestion that I've made to a few landlords when we've had this conversation, because I understand everybody is busy. And sometimes, especially if I've spoken with numbers of landlords who, like my mom, she's not a friend of technology. Doesn't love it. But from a business management perspective, I've made a couple recommendations to landlords. This may or may not fit you, but I just want to share since I'm up here. If you have a weekly appointment, it will help you to stay up to date and minimize loss of cash flow due to a very common statement that I hear made. I didn't get the email. Now, I've been working in technology for close to 20 years. I do understand. Sometimes emails that are sent are not always received. That's just a matter of technology. But that does not mean we have been deficient in the sending. But the perspective that is sometimes taken from an ownership perspective is, well, if I didn't send it, if I didn't receive the email, I shouldn't be penalized. Why am I abated? These are conversations I've had multiple times. Now, one of the things I really appreciate is the support from a departmental perspective. I cannot remember one time, because anytime a landlord says, well, I didn't get that email, and what they're really saying is they don't think it was sent. I have not had one time, every time I reach out to Ms. Carson, such and such a landlord said they didn't get the email. Will you send me the email that was sent so that I can have substantiation that we did what we needed to do? And Mr. Watkins has said to me on several occasions, listen, if we drop the ball, we'll fix it. We'll make it right. But if we initiated the communication, and it's a matter of the landlord didn't receive it, well, sometimes that's a technical glitch, sometimes that's beyond our control. We have one situation, a particular apartment community. There was probably about 6 months of emails. We constantly sending emails, just email after email after email. I had a conversation with the property manager. She, via email and on the phone. I'm not getting feedback, no one's answering my calls. And then one day, she stumbles into something called a junk file or spam. And she found months of emails that had been sent. It wasn't that she didn't receive them. Well, personally, she hadn't. But technically, she had. So again, this is one of the reasons why I encourage log into the portal at least once a week. And if you make it an appointment, every Monday, 9 a.m., logging into the portal, see what's going on, okay, great. Now, again, I think that's very minimal for business, but again, just some ideas, because there are a few conversations I've had where, for some, that was a light bulb moment. So I don't like to assume that anyone may or may not necessarily have already had that thought, because I've talked to several people who had not had that thought. But again, our goal, we do not like, it does not help our agency to put units into abatement. So that's not anything we want to do. HQS enforcement is something that we're required to do by HUD. Okay? So if that conversation comes up, the conversation of abatement, it's not because, there's anything that it does for us to withhold dollars. We really don't want to be in that position. And these are some steps that Again, having that weekly appointment is something that can be done to minimize that. Now, housing quality standards, again, just because some people may be newer to the program, not necessarily familiar, HQS dates back to the U.S. Housing Act of 1937. PHAs, public housing authorities, which is what we are, we're required to determine if units selected by voucher holders meet a minimum standard of acceptability. Again, it's about decent, safe, and sanitary at the end of the day. Then we need to document the condition of the unit and protect the tenant and the landlord. Okay? That's really what it boils down to. Now, HQS does assist in determining reasonableness of the rent, and once approved, units must be inspected at least biennially every 2 years while the participant remains a tenant. From a very high level perspective, just to kind of let you see what process we're going through for the issuing of a voucher. Oops. I don't know if you was at that point. So once we open the wait list, which was said earlier, the application is made, there's a documentation we need from the applicant, and then they go through a briefing. Once they go through that briefing, they're issued a voucher. Now it's up to them to find a place, the RAFTA, that paperwork needs to be completed. Once that RAFTA is completed and brought back to us, at that point, that's when it enters the inspections workflow, I'm going to call it. Now again, different types of inspections. Initial or move-in, the annual, the biennial, special inspections, and then quality control inspections. Once it passes inspection, then the HAP is issued and the HAP needs to be signed. Now, initial inspections versus biennial inspections. Initial inspections must be completed prior to tenant moving into a unit. It does require re-inspection of failed status and additional steps compared to, there are additional steps in that initial inspection compared to a biennial inspection. Let me really speak to must be completed prior to a tenant moving into a unit. From time to time, we do receive phone calls where a tenant has been moved into a unit prior to a passing status on an inspection. That is a major misstep. Because what happens is, if a tenant moves into a unit that we have not passed, there's no HAP in place. But if that landlord has allowed the tenant, one, to sign a lease, two, to move into the unit, the landlord is expecting payment. And of course, if that's a voucher holder, oftentimes if it's a new voucher holder, they're not really familiar with the process. They're often sometimes in a place of, they're just desperate to find a place to live for their family. And so sometimes tenants have followed the directions of landlords to their detriment, because if the unit doesn't pass, yet they move in, and then it comes to us, and the bottom line is, if ultimately, okay, this is not a passing unit, the tenant's been in the unit a week, 2 weeks, maybe even a month. As a landlord, you want payment. But the very fact that the tenant or the participant is holding a voucher, they're not in position to pay the entire rent. But if they lived in that unit for however long, the landlord is expecting payment, but we're not going to honor that commitment because we didn't sign off on that inspection. So, and I've seen that more times than what you might think, just in the last couple of months. So I really wanted to just take a moment and speak to that because, again, one landlord, the tenant was in a really difficult situation, single parent, maybe 2 or 3 kids, and he said, well, I'm just trying to help this person out, get them off the street. And we understand that. But if they go from being off the street to, now they've got a financial commitment to you that they can't uphold, you as a landlord. anybody here in the room, but because it's happened multiple times, I felt like it was really important to be able to speak to that. The biennial must be completed once every 24 months. Once deficiencies are corrected, the past status can be achieved with the owner self-certification form. Again, it needs to be sent back. We need to receive that within 30 days of the failed inspection. Failure to comply will increase the likelihood of being abated. You know, and again, that happens from time to time where the repairs are done, but we don't get the form. Then sometimes 2 or 3 months later, we get a phone call from a landlord saying, hey, how come I haven't been paid for the last 2 or 3 months? The repairs were done, and then we have to go through just some back and forth steps to see if we can figure this out. And in some cases, we can figure it out, and in some cases, we are able, but not in all cases. I can think of a landlord right now who is probably about 4 to 5 months, and he just was not, he was working another job, his business was part-time, and so he ended up losing a month of payments because he didn't get that paperwork back to us in a timely fashion. Okay. Special inspections versus QC inspections. A special inspection is when we receive a complaint from a participant, an owner, participant or tenant, an owner or another source. So if someone sees something that to them is not considered decent, safe, or sanitary, and we get a phone call saying, hey, this doesn't look good, then that's something we have to pay attention to. We need to reach out to both tenant, and if it comes from a third party, we need to reach out to the tenant, we need to reach out to the landlord, we need to schedule, I'll send an email with Scarson, hey, let's get this on the calendar for a special inspection. Complete only checklist items for the complaint received. So again, I can't think of anything specific right now, but if we get a call about, or we'll get pictures in the email about mold issues. So then that special inspection, Mark may sign on, or another inspector to say, well, okay, what's going on? We got a report of a mold issue, then we're looking to see, does this look valid? If so, then we gotta take appropriate steps as a result of that special inspection. A QC, quality control. Random selection of past units that is really computer generated. That's been an interesting learning process recently, even in our office, because the process has changed over the last several years with our new software. And so out of how many of our past units in the quarter, there's a random selection of units for QC inspections. So, and it's an honest question, because some landlords say, wait a minute, we just got inspected. Why are we getting another email about another inspection? If it's a QC, it's because the unit was randomly selected. We have nothing to do with which units are selected. But the QC inspection is really designed for supervisory level staff to go in and to follow through to make sure that the rest of the team of inspectors, the work that they're doing, we need to be able to see the same thing. We need to see HQS standards being upheld, basically. Okay? So it's always performed by a supervisor within 90 days of a recent inspection and designed to ensure standard specifications are being done properly. Now, how we schedule. Rakai, I want to ask you to speak to the scheduling of both initial and biennial inspections, just because that's something you do day in and day out. How does that process, like from a workflow perspective, how does that really work?
With initials, we go off the date that you put on the graphic, what day is really available for inspection. So that's the order that I schedule. Say for instance, you're doing a multi-grade to mid-August. You won't be scheduled to make the second week of August. Let's see, with our annuals, every 24 months.
Now, we schedule inspections too within the next year, 91 days. So prior to this year, one one point of contention that comes up quite consistently is if the unit falls into what we consider a failed inspection by reason of a no-show. Had numbers of conversations where, you know, because again, up until this year, if you had 3 consecutive failed inspections by no-show, the unit goes into abatement up until this year. What used to be 3 consecutive inspections has now become 2. I can't tell you the number of conversations I've had where, and I can appreciate it, you know, as a landlord, you have had a conversation, which this is the case many times. You had a conversation with a tenant. The tenant said, okay, I'm going to be there and take care of that inspection. And then something life happens. And the tenant doesn't show up. I said doesn't show up. In this post-pandemic, we've been doing RVIs. So Mark or any other inspector sends an email with a Zoom link typically. We have made some adjustments to where it's still largely being done by Zoom. Quick question, just Mark, I know most of our inspectors, it's Zoom link or FaceTime or Google Duo. What percentage in your case, I know you can't speak for other inspectors, what percentage of your inspections are done via Zoom versus FaceTime or Google Duo?
I would say probably about 80%.
Okay.
Now, some of the challenges we have is that not every property has internet, especially on an initial inspection. So we don't always have the best connectivity. It takes more to run a Zoom call than it does to do like a FaceTime or Google Duo. So we do have that available if we can't accomplish the Zoom call.
Okay, so 80%. So, if, as a landlord, if you get if you're communicating with your tenant, the tenant says, okay, I'm going to be there to get this done, and then life happens, if he logs on, how long do you typically, if you log on, how long are you waiting? Now, in a lot of cases, you're doing initials, but I know you've done more than initials. How long are you waiting before you consider that, okay, nobody's showing up?
About 15 minutes.
Okay. So the tenant has a 15-minute window, tenant or in some cases a landlord. But the majority of what we see is that in most cases, because the tenant lives in the space, they're oftentimes shouldering the responsibility to make sure that that inspection gets done. But what happens sometimes is that life happened, they didn't make the first inspection. Then they didn't make the second inspection. Then they didn't make the third inspection. So now, the unit goes into abatement the first of the following month, and now you're not getting paid. The landlord's not getting paid. Then our phone is ringing. My suggestion to a couple landlords, and again, just a thought. If I'm a landlord and a tenant tells me, hey, I'm going to be here to get this inspection done, I get it if life happens the first time. But if it happens the second time, it's not going to be a third time. Not on that inspection. From HUD's perspective, even though the tenant is a large beneficiary in this process, especially if 100% of their rent is being covered by the subsidy, they are a huge benefactor. But the inspection from HUD's perspective is still an ownership responsibility. However, not all of our conversations reflect that. I've had many a conversation where the perspective is that, well, the tenant dropped the ball. Well, maybe they did, but ultimately it's still your responsibility, Mr. and Mrs. Landlord. And that's how that needs to be seen and carried. So, again, just a suggestion I made a couple times. If that tenant drops the ball for whatever reason, the first time, okay. Second time, I don't think they should get a third, and especially because now we're at 2. Last year, they could get a third. This year, again, just a suggestion, if they're not able to get that done. And I don't know what their track record is. Maybe they've been in the unit 6 months, maybe they've been there 6 years. Again, we're just trying to kind of give you another perspective so that under the bigger frame of how to do business better, several landlords have said after the suggestions, yeah, I should have took off work to make sure that inspection got done so that they did not end up in an abatement and then miss 3 or 4 months of payments. And then they're calling trying to figure out, well, can I get back pay? So, just kind of wanted to mention that I think it's really important how those, how that's seen and how that's carried out from an ownership perspective. Okay.
Ramon, let me actually point out one thing. Rakaya said this quickly, but I want you to hear it. When it comes to the rafter, the date that you put on the rafter for expected move-in is how she is ordering, prioritizing our inspections. Our inspection schedule is driven by that date. So when you put a bogus date on there, or a date that, hey, I'm shooting for this date, but we may not make it, and then you either cancel it, or we go out and the property's not ready, and so technically it fails. Remember, there's other people who are now submitting dates, and then you're saying, hey, can you come back out tomorrow? We probably can't do it tomorrow because the schedule is full. It's generally full for several days out, weeks even. So it's very important that you take note when you're moving someone into a unit, or someone moving into a unit and you're completing the rafter, that you pay attention to, okay, what's a realistic time frame that I can have this property HQS ready for inspection? Other point is we typically like to see the inspections done, especially on move-in inspections, just prior to the person moving in. It provides coverage for you and for us. Here's why. We're partners in this. You get the inspection scheduled on the 15th, we complete the inspection. It's great, no problem. Person's not moving in until the 1st. Now we've got a window of 14, 15, 16 days where the property is vacant. And then they move in. And then a month later, we're getting calls about all of these things are wrong with the property. How did you all approve and pass this unit? Now we do a special inspection, and then we're like, okay, yeah, we do see these are issues. Well, there's a gap that we're not responsible for. We can't explain. Maybe you as an owner really don't know what happened. I don't know what happened between those 14, 15 days that the tenant moved in, that we did the inspection, and the tenant moving in. So it's risk mitigation, it's risk management. So we like to lower the risk of a potential issue arising between the time that an inspection is done and the time that the person moves in. So if we inspect that property the day before, guess what we know? We know the property is good, the person's moving in, and whatever has happened is a result of who? The tenant. You tell me, oh yeah, well it was another month before they moved in. And now you're blaming them for what happened? And then they're saying, well no, it was like that when I got here. That was he said, she said, and guess where we are? In the middle, trying to judge between two people at a party, and parties as to what's going on when there's been 14, 15 days when the unit was like that. You can't really do that. We don't really know what happened. You don't really know what happened. The tenant doesn't. All the tenant is saying is this is what's going on. So to lower the risk, we like to inspect generally the day before the tenant is scheduled to move in. We look at that based on what's on the rack. Does that help you get some perspective about how we see that? Hopefully it does. Yes.
No, good input. RBI inspections. RBI started during the COVID pandemic, and for now, because this has definitely been a question I've gotten multiple times over the last several months, landlords are asking, hey, when are you coming back? Sometimes I ask that as nicely. When are you coming back to do your job? We're doing inspections, right? Or the tenant. We're continuing them for now. And I said a few moments ago, Zoom, FaceTime for iPhone users or Google Duo for Android users. If you as the landlord if you're not going to be present, it is critical. Typically, our inspector, first there's communication from the inspection department that comes and, hey, there's an inspection scheduled for whatever unit or units. Then there's secondary additional communication coming from the inspector where they're oftentimes sharing the link for, if it's a Zoom call, or they'll have oftentimes their personal cell number if they're going to do FaceTime or Google Duo in the email, okay? If you are receiving that as a landlord and you're not going to be present for the inspection, it is important that, and again, from a standpoint of, I'll use the word redundancy, we do our best to communicate with both landlord and tenant. If you forward the information you receive to your tenant, that's ideal. In particular, because sometimes, even in this last week, I've had a couple situations where we just didn't have current contact information for a tenant. We didn't have a good email. Every now and again, this doesn't happen a lot, but every now and again, I could log into the software, I've got a tenant, and there's no phone number and no email address. That happens sometimes. So I've had to, even though we don't have contact information, I expect the landlord will. If I could go call the landlord, and that's how I got the information to contact the tenant. So when you're receiving information about an inspection, it's good, if you're not going to be present for that inspection, forward that to the tenant, okay? Types of deficiencies, emergency. These are anything that is considered to present an immediate danger to the health and safety of tenants, and according to the book, the regulation, that unit needs to be abated within 24 hours if those emergency deficiencies are not corrected. Then we re-inspect after a 24-hour period, which is allowed for correction, all right? These can be addressed with the owner self-certification if provided in a reasonable time after the failed notification. Again, when you receive that failed notification of an inspection, the way our system sends it out, there's a letter, this is a 3-page document, a letter stating it failed. The second page is the owner self-cert, and then the third page is the letter with the details of what specifically failed. All of that in one document is what's being emailed. And on the first page it says, email the self-cert back to inspections@mobilehousing.org. Now, that inbox goes to multiple individuals. Okay? So it's important that you know that it's going to our department. Between the people that look at it most are going to be Ms. Carson and myself in terms of that email address. It's always in your best interest to send that owner self-cert to inspections@mobilehousing.org. And again, if it's an emergency situation, that form needs to be signed by the owner as well as the tenant, and it says in really bold print, we direct tenants, do not sign the form if repairs have not been completed. And there are numbers of times when I've had conversations where tenants are saying that, yep, the repairs were complete, but the landlord came and wanted me to sign the form because the landlord was really focused on not getting abated. And I make no bones about saying, no, do not sign that form under no circumstances if repairs have not been made. Because if that form comes back and it's signed and the repairs haven't been made, it's actually considered fraud. And if I'm correct, Ms. Watkins, I believe signing that form fraudulently is ground for termination from the program. Okay. So that can happen in the event of that kind of a situation.
Now, let me communicate a couple of things around this. We're encouraging the ways to communicate, right?
the email being an efficient way to keep track, you to see, we have it, you have proof. Another way is all through the portal. Okay, so just like you can go onto the portal and see the results of your inspection immediately, you don't have to wait for a letter to come from us. Okay, because we want to empower landlords to be able to control and see what's going on in their business as it relates to MHA. Okay, so the portal is able to do that. So that is critical. Again, the portal, you can upload documents, as you saw earlier. I think you had a slide in here that shows that you can upload documents. Now it's part of the permanent record. We got it in our system. You can go on there and see, hey, I got this submitted letter. I see that I've submitted. So that's another way. And we really want to drive you all to utilize the portal. Because once you're in there, you're able to see more and more and more of how that can be beneficial for your business. Mark has a couple of things to jump in here.
Okay, kind of to reiterate some of what Ms. Cook has said, anytime you're communicating about a particular property through email, you want to include the property address in the subject line, and that's for the form of us tracking. We can very easily enter in the address, and it'll pull up all the emails related to that address. So that helps us greatly, especially if some of these documents were misplaced, no subject line, or whatever the case might be. Another thing to kind of clarify what Mr. D was talking about with emergency deficiencies. Now, if it's a biennial inspection, most of your deficiencies, you have the 30 days to get in to self-cert to it. If it's any kind of emergency, 24 hours, 72 hours, 1 week, then those have to be re-inspected, and in some cases, we can use photo, video verification to satisfy those. But if there's a time frame less than 30 days, it has to be addressed separately.
Thank you, Jack. Standard deficiencies. All of the deficiencies fall into this category. Most common, it'll say routine maintenance if it's a fail, okay? And again, these can be addressed with the owner self-certification and submitted within 30 days of failure. Now, everybody wants to avoid being evicted. There are only 2 reasons a unit goes into eviction. HQS deficiencies not being corrected in the allotted time frame. It's critical to keep your contact information up to date with us so that you receive all notifications. And again, in addition, it's the use of the portal so that you can stay up to date with any communications that we are pushing out toward all landlords. The second reason is 2 consecutive no-shows in relationship to a scheduled inspection. Landlords should be responsible to take the lead. Again, it's an ownership responsibility. And that's really the crux of how to avoid being evaded, is to stay on top of those 2 things, okay? Now, the other thing, and this isn't really an abatement, it functions the same in terms of payments being withheld. If an ALR is 6 months late, now that can cause a hold, which will have, again, similar effects. Again, I know I spoke to this earlier, had a conversation with an inspector this week, leading up to the conference. Just the numbers of times that we see tenants moving in prior to a passing status. And again, it was one, I know that one inspector reached out about a number of units that she was scheduled to do, and they just weren't ready to be inspected. So they're on the calendar to be inspected, but then when the actual time came, they weren't ready for the inspection. So that's something that we really don't want to see this kind of thing, because again of just how busy our calendar is. Other considerations. Now, this came from, again, you saw, we made staff introductions earlier. One of our staff members who works on the the emergency housing vouchers, when it comes down to available units that you have, do you post available units to affordablehousing.com? Because they are leading the charge to help people who are in an emergency status find housing. And so one of the things that in her communication with the different agencies that we work with, that was a question, because again, one of the challenges, of course, is the inventory and just looking to make sure that what is available is in places where people who can direct potential tenants, we want to make sure that we are aware as much as possible that units are available. So that's a resource, affordablehousing.com, if you haven't been using it.
And let me also just suggest, I introduced the waitlist new voucher leasing team. You see that email, intake at mobile housing. These are families that we're working with who are looking for properties. So if you have a property, reach out to that email address, send us a flyer. We often do this. In fact, I do this going back both ways. A tenant will tell me, hey, I'm looking for this. I'll reach out to some landlords that I know they have multiple properties, and I'll ask them, do you have anything available that meets these requirements? And likewise, landlords will say, well, hey, I've got a couple of properties, and here's the stats on them, and I'll send that out to 30 or 40 folks who've just gotten vouchers in the last week. If you're interested, please reach out to this landlord. So feel free to send that information into us with a nice pretty flyer, picture of the property, all your contact information and the basics about the property, and we'll get that out on a regular basis. That's something that you have easy access, it's free. We want to get it out into folks' hands, and just make it a lot easier. So feel free to do that as well.
The other request that came in from that same department is when using resources like affordablehousing.com, please provide a completed profile, some of the high priority questions for people that are working through different levels of crisis and what have you. Is that housing near a bus stop? Is it near a grocery store, shopping center, things of that nature? There are some people who they can only move to a place that's on a bus line. Okay, so those become critical details in the search and decision-making process. And then the question of, do you give preference to VAWA participants? VAWA stands for, if anyone may not be familiar, Violence Against Women's Act. Okay, people who may have dealt with a certain level of domestic violence or what have you, or related matters. So, if there are considerations or sensitivities, maybe even some levels of preference that you can do, then notating that in any of your property listings, things that you send to us is really good for us to know and be able to pass that kind of information on. All right? So are there any particular, I see one in any particular questions? I see two hands. I saw this one first.
So I got a couple of questions, if that's okay. This slide is going to be sent out to us, correct?
It'll be posted on our website for everybody. We don't just want to send it to folks that here. We want everybody to get have access.
Second question. So I got a bunch of little questions. So in regards to the schedule, like you guys kind of send out random dates and times, and probably everybody here have additional responsibilities, right? So I communicated back, hey, can I change this date and time so I can make the inspection? I didn't get any response from that. But so you talked about a partnership, but if you're telling me, hey, I got to be here Monday at 9:30, and I got to go to work at Monday at 9:30, then you kind of put me in a predicament. On this particular event, I asked the tenant to do the inspection. She weren't able to make it. I was still there on the call. Luckily, we made it the second time, but I didn't get any flexibility in the scheduling of the inspection, which I had no problem with. So
this was for a biennial inspection?
Yeah, it wasn't the initial.
Okay, so part of our challenge has been the number of late biennial inspections that we've had in our portfolio since we started. That has come way, way down. So we're in a mode now where, number one, we just have to do it once every 2 years, right? And so we typically will be scheduling those 3 months in advance. And if you happen to be in a situation like that, I mean, obviously communication is everything. So if you're not getting a response back to an email that you have forwarded to us, that's a problem. We'll hold our staff accountable to that, and that's an issue. So if that's your case, please bring that to our attention. Let me know about that. My email address, I don't mind giving it out. I want everybody to have it. You ready? You ready? I got a question, Sophia. Am I ready? I'm ready. Ready? It is, okay, ready? It's P is in Paul. P, Watkins. WATKINS. At mobilehousing.org. Now, if you call me, you will probably not reach me. But if you email me, I do respond to email. I'm sitting here responding to some of you all's emails, I'm sure, right now. So I do respond to email. It's on my phone. I generally don't miss emails. Even if it's thanks, I'll look into it and get back with you. Please feel free to follow up with me. Listen, I'm a businessman. I'm going to follow up. You follow up with me. I don't get mad about you. Hey, I've sent 3 emails. We've been back and forth talking. No problem. Okay? So let me know about that. I have to keep my staff accountable.
So another question. I had a question about a failed inspection report back in June. Sent an email. Still never got, sent a couple of emails, a phone calls, never got a response. What's the reasonable expected time frame? Like I say, okay, I need to follow up with you. I haven't got a response yet. Or somebody else.
Yeah, so Ramon Dees is our inspections manager. So if it's anything inspections related, follow up with him directly. R. Dees, I know that's what you're about to ask me, right? R. Dees, D-E-E-S, at mobilehousing.org. Right, so if it's an inspections related issue, and you know, hey, I've sent an email, I need to cancel this inspection, we need to reschedule that. You send an email back to inspections@mobilehousing.org, right? And then we'll get that back on the schedule. You should get some confirmation, received at the very least. That's a pet peeve of mine. Hey, I got your email, thanks. Right? Yes, sir.
And be sure again, in the subject line,
Property address is there.
property address, and maybe
Yeah, great. Well, again, we fall down. Does that sound the same? Well, we get up. Okay, so we're going to keep working with you, and I apologize for that you've had that experience.
Last question. So if your property goes into abatement, is there any way to get those fundings back once you address whatever issues?
Case-by-case scenario.
Can you answer my question from earlier?
What was the question?
That part about the failed, when a tenant does something to your property.
So please restate the question.
The question was, when you first move into the property, everything's fine, they pass inspection, 2 years later, they go in, holes are in the wall. You're being punished as tenant. Doors out the hinges, I've been out 20 years, I've never had a door off my hinge, me personally. It makes us not want to be landlords to your tenants when they damage our property and we're being punished. So my question is, how can we fix it to where you say, wait a minute, they gotta fix it or they're gonna lose their voucher, not us, lose our money. You see what I'm saying? We're being penalized.
That's happening. That's happening.
How do you hold the tenants accountable?
Well, let's answer this question.
Okay, so the first part of your question, one thing I want to make sure we ask about abatement initially. Okay, so when abatement inspection happens, you have 30 days to make the correction and get the self-certification back to us. All right, if that doesn't happen, then after that is when the abatement happens. All right, but now as far as tenant damage, we're going to identify damage to the property. It's not always, we cannot always say, okay, this is tenant responsibility or tenant damage. Sometimes we can. The thing is, we are a third party in this, all right? We provide assistance to you on behalf of the tenants, all right? We cannot help you enforce your lease. So that falls back on that part of it. You know, you being able to enforce your lease. You have all your legal rights in the state of Alabama as a landlord, as does a tenant, as a tenant.
No, I just don't want it to be a failed thing, a hole in the wall being a failed thing. They should have to fix it.
So let me address that. Okay, let me address it very specifically.
Okay.
So landlord-tenant laws is what he's speaking to. Okay, and we'll talk about this in best practices for landlords. Okay, and what we recommend, and I'm a landlord, I own property, and what I suggest is that you create a checklist. And when you have a situation, and, hey, there's a hole in the wall, here's how much it costs to have that hole in the wall fixed. That becomes a tenant charge. That charge is passed to the tenant. That's something they need to pay for. Okay? When it comes to moving out, because you said, hey, you've been in my house 2 years, and now you're getting ready to move out, and there's all this damage. Okay? As a housing authority, the tenant signed tenant obligations to not damage the property. Now, there's normal wear and tear, right? And then there's extenuating or extraordinary wear and tear. If there's extraordinary wear and tear on that property, then the tenant is terminated from our program. Period. Am I clear? Good. The tenant is terminated from our program. Let me say it one more time. The tenant is terminated from the program. I have had several conversations with tenants. The landlord has sent me pictures. I've called the tenant. You can't leave that property like that. You got to go back and clean it up. And when you finish cleaning it up, you can take some pictures and send them back to me. I want to see the address, and I want to see what these pictures relate as to it being clear. And if it's not, then you'll simply be terminated from the program, ma'am, sir. We cannot allow you to tear up property and then expect that you're going to go to the next property and tear up that property. It's not the kind of program we're operating, and you'll simply be terminated. Now, the ball is in your court. What do you want to do? Now, there's a difference between extraordinary wear and tear and normal wear and tear. And that, if I'm single versus me with 5 kids, it's going to look very different. It's going to look very different if I got 5 kids. We're talking about normal wear and tear versus if I'm a single person living in a property. Okay? But those are the two things, that's what we can do on our end. That's how we enforce, right? Tenant damages property, extraordinary. They're unwilling to fix it. They're unwilling to pay for the damages. And they're terminated from the program. That's it.
Okay. I want to echo, if you don't mind, what Paul said. This is a major issue for you as a landlord. Your investment, I mean, essentially, depending on what the cost of repair is, I mean, you may have lost that year leasing to that individual, which is unacceptable. For you, unacceptable for us, and as Paul just articulated, that client can no longer participate in our program. I want you guys to be clear, I just want to say this briefly. We are not going to tolerate that. Remember I talked about changing the culture? Yes. Both inside and out. Internally, we want to help our clients, and we know not all landlords are the best landlords. I mean, it's just a fact of the matter. We get it. But we also know that not all of our clients are the best tenants either. And so enforce your lease. It's your investment, it's your property, it's not ours. However, we are partners. And if you got a problem, we want to be aware of it. So we don't pass that on to somebody else. So I just want y'all to know that we are going to vigorously pursue situations that are outside of the norm. Vandalism is not part of the program. We're not sending you somewhere else fast enough. So I just wanted to share that, and I'm going to step away again, but I wanted to echo what they were saying.
Could I just ask quickly, I understand that they're no longer part of the program, but if they charge, messed up your whole entire apartment, you gotta go in and totally redo it.
Small claim court. So the housing authority.
There's no recourse to the housing
If they could not
authority.
afford their
But so, as a partner, remember, as a partner, it's your asset. So, during our buy-in, we do the biannual inspections. The real question is, how engaged are you and or your management company in scheduling opportunities to go by there and inspect it, change filters, whatever that means, but to get an assessment of what's happening, because if after 24 months go by and you don't know what's going on at that unit, you may more likely have an issue.
But that's not always the case.
It may not be.
Some people you can tell them to get out because they're not treating the property properly.
Yes.
And then they totally destroy it before they get out.
But again, there's no recourse to us.
Okay, I'm just asking.
But yes, but
it makes you not want to be a landlord.
It can put very bad taste in your mouth.
Right.
But what you're going to discover is this whole situation about folks not recertifying, we're not having that anymore. The letter went out. We talked about it. We spent way too much time talking about it. But we weren't just talking to be talking. We were talking to get the action. The letter went out, I think, what, Friday?
Today is what, Friday? No,
Yeah.
it went out,
Earlier
Tuesday.
this week. Earlier this week. If you haven't recertified, you got until what he said earlier to get in here, or we're terminating you. We're not going to put up with the foolishness and the nonsense. We're just not. And so I want y'all to know we're really in this with you all, because again, without y'all, we don't have a program. So, but exercise your rights as a landlord.
Michael,
Yes, sir.
the problem is this, okay, if a tenant says, I'm moving, okay? I think before you in turn issue that person another voucher, you need to ask the landlord if he, authorize, if he really damage to the property. What happens is, you guys issue them another voucher, okay, and then they're gone. They're not gonna pay us, they're not gonna do anything. We need to have an inspection before you issue the next voucher for that person to in turn move. Because you don't want them on the property, and I don't want them on the property.
Right. So I'm not an expert in the workflow. That's what you got.
Let me address that, because we actually, so the notice to vacate, right, is required by our office. If someone shows up saying, I want another voucher, the answer is no. Do you have a notice to vacate that's been signed by your landlord? What's the point of that?
Hey,
The point of
sometimes
that.
they judge, sometimes they don't.
I understand. Here's the point of that. The point of that is that it provides the landlord 60 days in advance an opportunity to say, oh, you're ready to move. Okay, let me come out and take a look at the property and see what's going on. Now, if you have not approved, you won't sign off on that, then they don't get a voucher to move. And if they don't get a voucher to move, then at the end of their term of lease, you can move them out. Here's the challenge that we've had. I'm sure none of you in here, but we've had landlords to say, I'm not signing a notice to vacate ever, as a way to keep the tenant in the property.
I want the guy out.
I'm just telling you what we've experienced. None of you, as I said, nobody in this room. Right? We got 1,100 landlords and y'all are 80. So none of you all have ever done that. But we've seen that. We've seen landlords say, well, I'm not signing a notice to vacate, and the tenant is like, well, how can I move if I don't have a place, if I don't have a new voucher? And so they end up staying. You follow me? Yeah. Because they need a place to stay and they need a voucher. So they end up staying even though they really have a right to move. We have one more question.
I got a process question.
Yes, sir.
It's back around inspections and the portal. Okay, I understand why y'all changed from 3 to 2, but as a landlord that's decided to be involved and be at every inspection because of the number of properties I currently own, I can do that. I get the notification. If I cannot be there, I reschedule tested, but every one of those reschedules is on my portal as a fail. Is that a Yardi problem, or is that an opportunity to see that we're putting fails on landlords' portals for reschedules?
It's a great question. So, two things. Typically, it's only going to show up as a fail that affects abatement when it's been 3 times, as of last year. We reduced that down to 2. So, if that's happening like 3 times, okay, we do allow you to obviously reschedule, cancel, all that's fine. At some point, and this is the importance of why we are now shifting to doing these biennial inspections well in advance of the 24-month timeline, right? So we've started doing that, and we've gotten calls, well, hey, it's now July, my inspection is not due until, December. Well, we're starting now in case we need to cancel, reinspect, or do something different in advance. So that may be a function, and we'll look at that. Let's mark that down as an issue. Our inspections team, if we're getting notification that, hey, I can't make this inspection that you scheduled for me, then it needs to be rescheduled. It doesn't need to go into the system as a fail. It simply needs to be rescheduled. So we'll look at that to make that determination. Yes, sir. Let me just say this. It's 12:30. We have lunch. I want to continue this conversation. Are you all okay with getting lunch and then coming back and we continue in the Q&A?
Yeah.
Are you okay with that?
Yeah.
Okay, so let's do that now, but then let's get it and come right on back to you to continue before we. So the question was asked about extraordinary wear and tear and how do we report that to the agency. So let me say a couple of things. Number one, and we'll get to this in the next session. In the next session, we're going to have some of our landlord council take the stage, and it's really a best practices session for landlords. In case you can't hear me. Should the green light be on? Am I doing something wrong? Testing. It's on. My voice is hear me? So in the next session, we'll talk about best practices. So one of the things I recommend, and I talk with landlords all the time, so one of the things I recommend is you want to get ahead of the game when it comes to property condition and how a tenant is caring for your property or not caring for your property. And one of the best ways that I have found in doing that, one, because I care about my property and I want to make sure it stays up to date, is I schedule routine maintenance, right? And the routine maintenance for me does 2 things. One, it allows me to actually get in and do stuff like change out the filters. I mean, everybody knows that's just kind of basic, right? If you want the system to last long, we change out the filters every 90 days. But that gives me a reason to go into the property, right? So, one, I want a reason to go into the property to look at, see how you're treating my property. 2, I want to change out those filters to make sure my systems last longer. Because I'm 100% confident that my tenants are not doing that. But I'm 100% also confident that I'll be getting a call when the air starts running, a little lower. And the bottom line is we got, at least at the start, we got dirty filters. So strict air flow. So I get a chance to go in every 90 days to do that. Very basic, takes 5 minutes to do that. But I get a chance to look at the condition of the property. That's my opportunity to really, we'll get to this, but start my writing, communication, lease enforcement, lease violations. I see, I'll get to your question. Lease violations. And it's really an effort to put them on notice that I do care about my property, and I see how you're treating my property, and that's got to change. And if it doesn't change, 2 things will happen. You will be here
number one. Or if you correct some but not all, next time you won't be allowed to stay. I'll be asking you to move. Okay? The third thing is that when I'm working with a housing authority, it now provides me an opportunity to send that kind of information, lease violation notices, to them. And you can do that directly through the portal, through the other, you saw attachments is where we send stuff to you and then uploading documents. Okay, and as an authority, as a landlord working with an authority, now I have confirmation that you got it, it's on the file. It's not just in an email and then I don't know what happened to it, right? It's in the portal, logged under upload documents, and I can see it. And the housing authority can see it. So that way, when now it comes time to the notice to vacate, and my property is not the way it's supposed to be because we've got some extraordinary wear and tear, then, you know, Paul, just look at the portal, you'll see why I'm not signing that, right? And I did a walkthrough, and it's still in the same condition. I've given them lease violation notices that now we're acting on, right? Or now we're going to charge them. This is how much it's going to cost to fix these extraordinary wear and tear. When I have extraordinary wear and tear on my property, I typically don't let tenants do stuff like that. You got to pay. I'm not really interested in you doing a half job and saying, okay, I fixed it. I don't know what you do with my property. I don't typically let you do that. So then it's chargeable. So to answer your question directly, yes, upload to the portal. If you're doing that on a regular basis, now you're building your case and there's no surprise as to when I say, yeah, this is not happening. And it's no surprise to the tenant when the housing authority says, yeah, we're not issuing you another voucher. Yes, ma'am.
In response to what you said, I did that. You know, I come in the front door, I change 2 eyes, I'll change my own attitude. Because I don't allow them to do it because they're not going to do it. But then the front of the house was good. I had no excuses to go in the back to the bedroom and look all in the kitchen. But I called myself looking around and it looked good. That does not work. But what I didn't do, that I should have done every time she had to, at the end of that 12 months, she would get the form, fill it out. She was good about filling out her stuff. I would sign off on it without doing a total from back to front. And the bandit was horrible. I was shocked when she moved. She kept the front good, but not the back. And I was doing just like you were doing, going in with those afternoons and looking around. But that space right up front in the living room looked okay. I would have never thought the back, the rugs had come all through them and stuff that was hold on and all kinds of stuff. So, I mean, I'm just saying this to help somebody else that you got to do more than that. And I didn't check when it come time for recertification. She was there almost 3 years. And when I did go to her back, it was horrible. My house was messed up, baby. But she kept the front nice without the door.
So let me give you another thing that I do, and I'm kind of getting ahead of what I would normally say here in terms of order. We good now? We good? No? No? Let me tell you another thing that I would do, and I do this during, like, if I'm leasing up, right? So if I'm doing Lease-Up, one, we don't, as a housing authority, we don't examine your lease to say what you should or shouldn't have. You can do whatever you want with the lease, right? That's your business. You can run it how you choose. Because I am a landlord, now I'm not a landlord on this program, so you know, I can't do that. But I am a landlord, and my lease is thorough. Okay, so I provide in my lease my rights to access my property that you happen to be living in. I provide rights for me to do that, and my rights extend to my agent. Okay? My rights provide for notice to be given to you in advance of me coming into the property. But it does not require your permission to come into the property. Now, I know lots of landlords don't want to do that. That's perfectly fine. It's up to you. Again, I'm just sharing with you what I do. I provide notice of the date and approximate time. I generally give a window. We've all dealt with maintenance guys or contractors. They say we'll come between 8 and 10. That's exactly what I do. Because I don't know exactly. I can't say I'm going to get there at 9 o'clock exactly. So I provide a window of time, and it's in my lease. So it's not something that you should see in the first time, right? And that gives me the ability to show up at the time and within that range that I said I was coming to do whatever it is that I need to do. And I stipulate what those things are, which is typically every 90 days we have the ability to do that, right? And I simply have to provide you with written notice, and then I'm coming to the property. When we're doing work orders, again, to me, it's kind of property management. I leave you, here's what we did at your property today. Right? You come on and complain about something, you want to fix it. When we leave, here's what we did at your property today. Leave it on your counter. I have a copy, now you have a copy, and now especially today, we can send an email, take a picture of it, send it to you via email, and there it is. I generally don't go by myself, it's generally 2 people, right? So I always have 1 or 2 people, going to the property at the same time. So those are things that I do. I think it's the best practice. It seems to work well. And this, again, gives me access to the property to be able to make corrections. Questions?
Yeah, comments, suggestions. First of all, I want to thank you guys for this whole seminar. It's been great.
Oh, good.
Yeah, it really has. I learned everything. It's been first class. I really appreciate it. A lot of my questions were answered. Really appreciate that. So now that we're finished.
I like that. You want to be up. Oh, you're a great guy.
I did want to offer a suggestion, maybe. Like going back to the conversation with the repairs and stuff like that. If you guys could consider creating a system whereby, like, the tenants can answer some type of a survey, and we can rate them on some kind of scale that we can keep in your portal, where now we've got tenants rated or landlords say, all right, they're from good to bad, and we can weed out the trash over time, and then, maybe it can help us all.
That's a good idea. Thank you. Let's take note of that. That's a good idea. So, like an Airbnb who rates their guests. Would you all like something like that? So we're going to talk about attorney to see if that is going to violate the fair housing laws. Oh, so you're suggesting that the tenant can also rate the landlord? Okay. So here, let me ask a question, because I know Airbnb charges a fee to do that. Would y'all be okay if you pay a fee to have that system set up? I mean, I'm just asking. We have some other suggestions about move-out inspections, and maybe we can provide an inspector to do move-out inspections. And you all would pay for that. I mean, that was an idea as well. Yes. Absolutely. I love that idea. David, that's a technology solution. Did you hear that? So why
that you're truthful. Yes. Some tenants will leave your property and give you a low rate, all because they left your property.
So that certainly happens on Airbnb too. Well, on Airbnb, what they provide is you the ability to respond. Right? So, point noted. Yes.
My question is Section 8 application and that small window that you have to make to apply for the program.
Oh, you're on the wait list, so you,
Yeah, on the waiting list.
Okay.
Give that small window.
Yeah,
Make
yeah.
application.
yeah,
Now I have a lady with disability, like, and she tried 2 years to try to get on the program.
Okay.
And that small window and her capabilities, but wouldn't in that, do you have any special things for senior citizens?
yes, we do.
Or
Thank you for
who
saying.
have disabilities to get into that program?
Thank you for saying that. So, thank you for saying that. Let me, go ahead.
One other thing. One, to clear up your phone line a little bit.
So-
Since you have the capabilities, why not, after you get all of those applicants, have the courtesy to say, you didn't make the cut. The lady called about 100 times on March 23rd, and only yesterday did I go to Section 8, and they said that she didn't make the cut again.
So let me speak to that. So we do that. So two things. We keep the wait list open for a very brief window of time. It's really not time sensitive. It's really account sensitive. So we'll put out notification via all of our social media on our website that we're opening up our wait list for the first 1,000 families. We just happen to get 1,000 families in about 45 minutes, and then we close it. So let me speak to your question. So we do that because when I first got here in March of 2020, we had a wait list of 7,000 people. Wow. The last time the wait list was open was 2018. Yeah. 2018. So we had 7,000 people that have been waiting for 2 years to get called. And you know what number we were on? We were on about, real low number, like around maybe 1,000. So, you know, been doing this business a long time. You know what happens after 2 years? People are not at the same address. They're not at the same phone number. They don't have the same email address. So even if they get selected, they're never going to know that anyway. So we ended up purging the wait list and said, we'll never do that again. We're going to limit the number of people that we allow on our wait list to a reasonable amount of people that we can actually process through in 3 months. Because in 3 months, the hope is you still have the same phone number, you still have the same email address, and maybe you're still at the same property. And if you are, then you'll be sure to get notification that you've been selected from the wait list and you can make application. Now, if we have folks who, you know, this is the federal government, right? So we have to abide by all those laws that govern ADA, accessibility, disabled citizens. And so we have what's called reasonable accommodation. So we can make reasonable accommodations. The form we have to fill out, right? We have to give to the participant or to the person who's looking to make application. But it's a form. They complete it. They have their medical professional, which is part of how we verify that this is a legitimate, reasonable accommodation. Right? They have their medical professional complete it. We send it in, and they're done. So whenever we open our wait list, they can get the reasonable accommodation form at any time. They can get it today if they want, right? They can have that completed. When we open our wait list, they simply say, hey, let me give you, okay, because it has to be purpose. It can't be just for anything. It has to be something specific. Because the question they're answering is what is the accommodation that you need, right? So that will provide those citizens the ability, even after the wait list is closed, to come in, get on our computers. Again, maybe it's a handicap or whatever the situation may be. And again, disability is not just physical, it can be other things too, right? But that'll provide them the opportunity to get on our wait list without this sense of it's only open for 45 minutes and I'll never be able to make that. So we do provide those accommodations. It's just reaching out to us. Second thing you mentioned, we've recently changed our phone system. So as a program administrator, I kind of try to manage by the numbers. So anecdotally, we got so many calls. I can't really track that because we don't have a way to track that, right? So we recently changed our system So now when you call our agency, you get this automated voice. It comes on and says, press this number, press that number, press this number. The point of that is actually so we can track now. So when I say, well, the phone is ringing off the hook, it's not just something anecdotally I'm saying, no, we got 500 calls yesterday. I can look at that and I can see that. And I can see that 300 of those calls went to this team and 100 of the calls went to this team. And I only got 5 people on that team answering 300 calls. Guess how much work is getting done? And I can't have no work getting done, right? So we have to have some work getting done. And then there's a call queue. And it'll say, well, you're next in line. It's like most places you call like that. So that's why we encourage the email communication. In fact, in the message, it tells you for faster response, please send an email to, right? Because we're able to respond a lot faster that way than trying to get through, how many people in the call queue to reach us. So if you're experiencing long wait times, please send us an email. That would get, and then I can quite frankly hold my staff more accountable. If you sent an email and you didn't get a response after 2 or 3 times or whatever, send that to me. You have my email address?
Yes.
And I'll keep people accountable. Yes, ma'am.
Yes, let me ask you a question about your team. So, when I send an email to a team, is it set up where when one person replies, everybody knows they replied? If I don't get a reply, then everybody knows I didn't get a reply? So how does that work?
That's a great question. So, simply said, when we talk about this with staff all the time, right? It's about communication. So if you send an email to my LR team, right, a little reply that's coming from somebody, or wouldn't it make sense that we should reply all so that everybody knows Ms. Jones, Ms. Jones has been answered. Ms. Jones has been answered. You don't also then have to reply to Ms. Jones, and now she's getting 2 or 3 emails on the same thing. It's like, and hopefully it's not 2 or 3 different answers. Hopefully it's the same answer. So yes, reply all. That way everybody on the team knows that Ms. Jones's email has been responded to.
So when Ms. Jones, I'll be first.
Okay.
Don't get an email from anybody on that team.
Yes, ma'am. You got my email address? There you go. Because I will respond. Even if it's, ma'am, I got your email. Did somebody email me here today so far? You emailed me. Did I respond to your email? I responded to it right about what we want to say. So I am constantly responding and replying to emails. I just didn't respond to your email and got it. I then forwarded it to Tequila. Where's Tequila? She's in here now. But I forwarded it to her so that we can get on that. Well, probably won't be today because we're here. But so we can get on that Monday morning.
And I was asking, I haven't had any problems like contacting anybody from just another agency, not yours, in the same county, not yours. But I'm just wondering how your group email box works. Is everybody emailing from that box or are they emailing from their email?
Yeah. It may be both. I don't try to dictate it. As far as I'm concerned, did an answer come forward? That's the most important thing for me. Did you get a reply? And did you get the answer to your question or did the issue get resolved? That's what I'm hearing, and then I'll get back to you.
First of all, every now and then you guys are late, and then our leases provide for late payment.
Yes, sir.
I'm sorry, I don't know whether there's a process of receiving that, but we never did it.
Yeah, you're right. And this is a good issue. I'm glad you brought that up. So there's 2 sides to the late fee piece. Okay? The one side is we have to determine who's actually at fault for the late. Right? Sometimes it's a tenant issue, meaning the participant has not completed or done something that they need to do.
No, I mean the entire check. I'm talking about the checks that are coming, that like my lease said due on the 1st, like by the 5th, and we might have to pay to the 7th or 8th sometime from you guys.
So let me speak to that. All right. So if it comes on the 7th or 8th, most of those times that's the result of processing. In other words, we process by the 5th of every month so that checks can go out, right? Sometimes our bank, and we have recently had this, there was some change in our banking and and none of the payments went out when they were supposed to, okay? That becomes a processing issue with the bank. We process payments, and I think you all generally see that, or maybe my staff can help you with that. When we actually process, because I process the checks, we send out $3 million, $2 million a month, and, you know, I'm getting them up. So when we send that out, I think, you may be able to tell me if I'm wrong, are landlords able to see that show up as in their portal on their ledger? As that's the date that it was processed?
Yes.
Okay, so that's the date we process, and we always process before the 5th. Now, when that actually hits your account, it's generally 24 to 48 hours, and that just has to do with the way the banks move our money to 1,100 different accounts.
Okay. And my second question is, I just want to say, just one second, as a landlord, I'm just asking you, why should I choose renting my property on Section 8 versus the open market? What do you offer?
Great question. So what's our value proposition to the market? Yeah, absolutely. So from my perspective, right, and I've been in real estate for 20 years, I've been in these kinds of positions for the last 15 years, actually more than 20. So my value proposition is the HUD money. You said the fact that depending upon your tenant selection, okay, you could be in a position where you're getting 100% of your rent from HUD directly. You don't have to run the risk, the potential risk, which is the risk in all real estate, right? Whether you're on this program, market rent, whatever, I'm not getting paid. Yeah, I'm gonna push your money, and then a month goes by and I don't get it. You still have the exact same responsibility, whether you're on the market or whether you're with our program. Now I gotta enforce my lease, now I gotta go to court, now I gotta go to eviction, now I gotta go through all the same process, period. Except in the market, I'm just dealing with this individual, and that's it. At least with Section 8, Section 8 HCB, the very first thing is that you see how much of your money is coming from Section 8 and how much of your money is coming from the market or the tenant. So to me, that's a value proposition that depending upon how confident you are in the location of your property, the condition of your property, the amenities that you offer, the marketability, if I can say it like that, the marketability of your unit in the general marketplace versus coming through this program, how likely it is to rent, how quickly it is to rent, and how long it's predicted to be rented. Those are factors that you got to consider, right? So to me, those are the things that I think about when I rent property within a Section 8 program versus the market. All those things matter. So that's kind of a brief answer to that. But maybe some of our landlords could answer that even better.
Correct. I mean, my understanding is Logan has decided to adjust some of the assessment up front to do that tenant voucher process, and now when they get a shopping ticket or whatnot, some of that rent reasonableness evaluation is done pre-inspection, not all post-inspection. Is that correct?
Yeah, so pre-inspection, that comes down to our rent reasonable testing. So when we send out a tenant or participant, our participant will tenant, when we send out a participant with the voucher, right, it says obviously you got a 3-bedroom voucher. You see exactly how much that 3-bedroom voucher pays in terms of the total payment standard that we're able to go up to. And you're able to see their worksheet. It tells them this is how much you, in particular, you versus somebody else, can pay for forward, right? So you're able to see all of that on the front side. And then, again, depending property is located, which is what you're talking about, right? You do that rent reasonable test, and then you're able to see, okay, well, this is what the market is, and I say the market, we're in an affordable housing market space, right? This is what it's willing to pay. So then that gives you the opportunity, even like legitimately right then, or even before that, if you look at the payment standard, you're going, okay, I can potentially make up to this, depending upon who that tenant is that's coming to me. How does that compare to the market? So maybe you get a real estate agent, and they say, you know, they ask them, well, how much you think I could get for renting this property? And then they give you some numbers. Well, that provides you the ability to compare. Say, oh, which one of these is more profitable?
And the affordable housing, thing, when I put a house on there last, I take it out maybe 24 hours every time. So that's a good benefit that you guys have. I mean, literally, I've never had a house on there more than 24 hours.
Exactly. We don't deal with scams. You got some that move in, pay the deposit, and tell you thank you. And then 30 days later, you find yourself in court, spending another $300 or $400 trying to get them evicted out of there. That's the problem we get ran into.
Yes, ma'am.
So if you were to, schedule voucher, but I guess they have a problem with the property in town, which was their voucher is about to expire. Do they, the process and get that?
Okay, so let me make sure I'm clear what your question is. Tenant is living in your property, voucher holder. Okay. Looking for the property. Okay.
That's the voucher.
Yep.
It's about to expire.
Yep.
Like this week.
Yep.
Okay.
And now you just got it.
I just got it.
All right, so what we'll do,
When I sit in the paperwork or what have you.
what we'll do is extend that voucher. But we need to know that. So obviously, the tenant should be like, you know, my voucher's about to expire tomorrow. I finally found a place that I can live, right? At least we're gonna get the process started. They should be picking up the phone, sending us an email. Hey, you know, new voucher leasing team, the team that they've been dealing with, my voucher's getting ready to expire. Can I get an extension? And the answer is yes. So we're able to provide extensions. Our vouchers last for 90 days. Initially they were 60. We've expanded that to 90. And then you're able to get a 30-day extension up to 120 days. Now, if we have a situation where at the end of that 120 days, we know the market is tight, right? There's not a ton of supply. It's been challenging getting places, a lot of competition. And in some cases, we'll even reissue the voucher, right? Give you another opportunity to get out there and find a property. So if you are in a situation where, man, I found property, but I've only got 2 days, you can pick up the phone, send me an email, send my team an email, or if you've now got the rafter, you're like, okay, let's get this process started. Again, send an email, hey, I just got this rafter, I see that the voucher's getting ready to expire, can we get an extension of this voucher? The answer is always yes, you get an extension of the voucher. If you're at the end of the extension, so you've been in there for 120 days, now we're talking about having to renew the voucher, start all over. But in that case, the whole point is for you to find a place. If you have a place, then why would you actually do it? So I'm going to get to your question, but what I want to do is it's 1:15. So I'd like to ask our members of our Landlord Council who agreed to come up and share some best practices, because we're talking a lot about that right now. I'd like to ask you all to come up so we can do that and then get that part started. And what we'll do is we'll get into this. I really want it to be, you know, kind of question and answer. I'll ask questions of them. I'll pass some stuff up on the board, but really I'll have questions of them to share with you all best practices as a landlord, as a property manager. Some of the things that you're talking about now, whether or not those questions are relevant to housing choice voucher or not, it doesn't really matter. It's really an edification of how I become a better landlord. Even from tenant selection to lease enforcement, what should I have in my lease? They may be willing to share with you some of those things that they have in their lease that, you know, are really good. But we also have, so while they're making their way up, we also have participants that we've asked to come between 1:30 and 2 o'clock, because at 2 o'clock, we want you to have the opportunity to meet some of our brand new participants who have recently been issued vouchers
They've been struggling to find a place. I sent out the email yesterday to them because I didn't want to give, 2 weeks notice and all of that. Because if you're really serious, then you'll show up, you'll respond. I had a couple of people say, oh, Mr. Watkins, I would love to be there, but I've got to work. And I can't get off that quickly. So I actually have their names, and I have their voucher amounts, and their contact information. So what I'll do is I'll get that information, and I will, put out their information to you. And if you have a property that can meet their needs, you can just come up to me, talk to me, and I'll give you their information for you to reach out to them. Otherwise, the folks that will actually come will have a chance to interact with them. I told them to bring their vouchers, and then you can talk to them too. So, Mr. Beard, if you on our panel, who else is on our panel? Oh, you know what? We should be giving away another door prize too. Come on up, I'll get the door prize. Ticket. Okay, you guys want to get the ticket for the door prizes. Who else was a part of our landlord council that said they'd be willing to share? Ms. Miles, I think it is. I think she was. Okay, great. Come on. Yeah, I apologize. Forgive me. Yes. Yes, for portal registration, you could have done that during lunch. So if you want to go ahead and get the portal registration done, please do that. Thank you. Great, so let me flip over the screen here. Will you do this while I change the
All right, our participating with me for the raffle is going to be Emma Hayes. Emma? Oh, that's right.
I never win that because I'm looking around at who is on.
We're going to do one more raffle, I think.
Miss Dana. Dana.
What's the last name?
Yeah, Miss Dana. Are you? She gone.
Miss Dana. Is there Dana in the house?
I did not pronounce his last name. Curry. Edith. Curry. All right.
All right, so thank you to our council. I'll let them introduce themselves and maybe they can share a little bit about their, just so you can know who you're talking to, their years in the business and their experience.
My name is Jimmy Beard. I've been in this business for 25 years. I have 55 houses. 55 houses, probably, 40 of them.
We can't hear you, Mr. Beard. We can't hear you. We can't hear you, Mr. Beard.
Start over?
Yeah, start.
My name is Jimmy Beard. I've been in the housing market for rental houses for about 25 years. I had 55,000, and those are 55,000, probably 40 of them on Section 8. And it's come a long way, and I think the housing board's come a long way too. My son said they come in the 21st century. Watkins and you have definitely brought the housing board in the 21st century too. And if we get further into this thing, I've got a little sheet I'd like to say to read. This is to show you what I'm doing, okay? It might help you, some of you. I posted a sheet in each one of my houses, okay? It's a synopsis of what I want the tenants to do. And I think it's very helpful. I put this inside the heater closet, or I put it on the back door. And I'll let the other people start with whatever, but at some point in time up here, I'd like to just briefly go over the sheet with you, because I think it would be very, very important to.
My name is Joey Bashir, Yellow Lemon Investment Group. I started my company in 2013. Started buying our own properties in 2014. Now we only manage in my company 150 houses. Started about 100% on them on Section 8.
My name is Renee Niles, and I have 10 little properties, and I think 7 of them are under the Section 8 program, this agency, and Christian Housing Board. I've been owning houses since around 2000 or so.
So these are members of our landlord council that were gracious enough to say, yep, I'll be part of the landlord council, and so we really appreciate them. Again, they're going to share their wisdom, what they've learned, what they know as best practices. This works, we've done it time and time again. The gentleman has 150 properties, 55 properties, 10 properties. So, it covers the board, whether you have a ton of properties or not as many properties or just one property, right? Best practices will hold true regardless, right? So we put together just a brief presentation, and I'm going to really approach this from asking you all some of these questions to show up here, and then let you all just go for it, talk about it, okay? So ask the expert. So what we'll cover in this session, now that you brought your first rental property, or maybe your 10th rental property, right? What next? Then we'll look at property conditions. What are some of the things that you look at as an investor when it comes to maybe buying properties from a property condition standpoint? What are some of the things that you do to maintain property condition when someone is in there? Then preparing your lease. Hey, I haven't leased anybody yet, but I need to get all my documents together first, right? I can't just show up and say, hey, let's start leasing. So preparing your lease. And then marketing your property. How do you get your property out there so that people can actually, come by and doing walkthroughs and saying, hey, we want to show it to X number of people. And then tenant selection. You market it, you got calls, people want to come see it. How do you weed through who should be in this property and who should not be in this property? How do you make that kind of decision on tenant selection, which arguably I've heard landlords say is the most important decision in the real estate business. Okay, and then tenant lease-up. What's your process now that you've selected this person, you've gone through whatever process you go through to say, yep, you're going to be my tenant? What's your process of leasing them up? Do you have something that specifically you do that you recommend and would share? And then obviously something that applies directly to housing authorities that obviously doesn't apply in the regular market is the RAFTA process. How do you make sure that when you get in that person, the timeliness of the RAFTA, and that goes through in a smooth fashion. And then HQS inspection, any secrets, tips you know about making sure that gets done, and that passes on the first go round. And then day of move-in. So, hey, is there a process that you go through? Is there anything that you do to ensure that move-in is successful on that day? I'll share some of the things that I've done, but tracking the financials. Now then, how do you keep up with the books? How do you manage who's paying what And now you're dealing with two entities paying on one property. I've got the housing authority, I've got the tenant. How do I make sure those things are in accordance and I'm getting all my rent? Unit maintenance and repairs. During the process you have, if you do, like I mentioned earlier about, hey, you're going through the property every 90 days, or responding to repair issues. Do you go, do you just send your contractor? What do you do when the contractor goes and then they don't show up and you can't get into the property? How do you deal with that? Move-out inspections, and these are some of the things that I've heard other landlords mention as challenges. But move-out inspections, we talked about that, right? So we'll ask those questions. And then documenting your communication, not just with the housing authority, but also with the tenant. How do you document that to make sure that they, oh, I didn't get it, which is, right, the thing is when we always do. And then when to evict. Hopefully you don't have to do that because you get your money and your property's being taken care of, but if not, when do you decide to evict? How do you do lease enforcement that then leads up to, it's time to go in and evict, this ain't working. You must manage your tenant according to your rules. Are there any rules? Mr. Beer is already on it. Are there any rules that you establish as part of your lease? And just to set the relationship right, before we even get through the door, let's just talk about my rules. And it's real simple, right? You either abide by my rules or you find another place. Is it that simple or what? And then I'll just share a little bit about MHA's leverage. What are our points of leverage with tenants and getting them to, you know, our participants to do the right thing and move forward. So, I have a few up here as best practices, but we'll just open it up. Property condition. Now that you've found your first rental property, what's next? So, who wants to respond to that? I don't know if this mic is working. What do you do when you found this property and you're ready to say, all right, let's go?
Well, if I'm in the market to buy a property, the first thing that I would look at in terms of investing in property is the structure, make sure that it is a sound structure, but it may not be in great shape. I've bought most of the properties that I've bought homes from color, I bought homes from individuals, and they usually do a lot of work. And at the time, my husband and I were in a position where we put our investments into the home. We call it sweat equity. We did all the work, and I told him what we could be doing too much. But he was pretty capable of doing that, so that worked well for us. But when I'm not in the market buying houses right now. I haven't really out in the property handle. So when I'm looking to rent out a house, somebody who moved out, they left it not in the best shape, I send in my workers to fix it up. And when I convince that it is in a state where I would be willing to move into it, then I'm ready to put it on the market. I don't try to put little shoddy things over and cover over things just to, you know, ooh, I want to make sure that the home is something that I would be willing to live in myself. And if it's at that point, then I'm going to have to live it.
If you just got the first rental property, the first thing I would say is, I'd like to fix mine up to a certain standard that actually creates value, and not just to me, but to the tenant and the neighborhood. No matter whether I'm doing Section 8 or I'm doing just the regular rent. The next thing I would do is I would determine how much rent I wanted from that house, and then you can go on to Section8.com, GoSection8.com, and it would tell you a rent reasonableness there. And that may or may not work for you. So if it does work for you, then I would suggest, I would prefer Section 8 over non-Section 8, if it works. If it doesn't work and I want more rent for the house, or the neighborhood gets a higher rent than I think Section 8 pays, then of course it's going to go regular rent. Having said that, with the condition of the house, and whether it's Section 8 or whether it's regular rent, you want to create value in the house because you want the tenant to value the house also. And having said that, most of what I'm looking to do is two things. One, put the right And the second thing is I want it to be a place they want to live rather than they feel like they have to live. And if I create that, then they're gonna stay longer. And if this is your first rental house, the thing you need to know is that the money is indeterminate. I don't care how well they keep up the house, you still got a problem with paint. Do a few things to get the house right, to get it ready again, and that's gonna cut into your profit. And we're all in this, I think for money, and I know I am. So I think if you take the time to do those things, you can create an environment that's better for you, the tenant, and it keeps the value of the house going.
That's great.
A lot of rental property, heard expressions that, rental business can be real good or can be real bad. Now, in buying your first house, or any house really, okay, the first thing I look for is to be a nice neighborhood, appreciating neighborhood, but also be a low-maintenance house. What encompasses a low-maintenance house? Normally, I used to buy houses that were up on piers. I don't do that anymore. I buy houses just on slab. Normally, I try to buy a brick house. Normally, I also try to buy a house that's got aluminum windows or metal windows to it. Because, these old houses were built back in the 40s and 50s. If you ever paint a wooden window, okay, you scrape it, prime it, and paint it, you're 4 hours down the road, okay? Very, very expensive. Now, once you acquire the house and it's a low-maintenance house, it's in the proper neighborhood and everything else, I do something differently that I don't know that anybody else in town does. At least I haven't run across anybody. The key to the rental business is to get the right tenant. How do you get the right tenant? I do something differently than anybody else. And that is when I talk to prospective tenants, run their credit report, most of them, or a good portion of them have bad credit. So the credit report doesn't tell me anything. Okay? To get the right tenant, I tell the tenant, I say, look, I'm interested in your situation, but I've got to come out and physically look and see where you live. How you live. Okay? If you live rough, I'm not interested. Okay? If you keep a neat, clean house, I'm interested. And coupled with that, and Section 8 pays part of the rent, and Section 8 has a hammer. They have a hammer. You don't act right, you're not on the program. So the key is to try to get the right tenant, but you need to get the tenant that will keep your house neat and clean. And if the guy says, look, you're invading my privacy, I don't want you to come out. Fine, go find some other house to rent. I want the tenant to keep the house neat and clean. I don't want college kids, okay? My son included. They keep the house. Don't want them, okay? I want somebody to keep a neat, clean house. And I've got to look at it and see. That is the key to the rental business. Mark my word. I've been in this business for 25 years, and that is the best screening tool I could ever give you.
Do you go that day?
Great.
Do you go that day? Do you go that day?
Either that day or the next day. But let me say this, when you go out there, make sure you look at a power bill, water bill, or whatever. They could be showing you your cousin's house, your mother's house, somebody else's house. You want to make sure you're looking at the right house.
So this is, I don't know if this is okay to hear me. So this is good because we have some of our voucher holders coming in now. So I hope you all are listening because Mr. Beard is passing out good information to all the other landlords. So if you're interested, did you hear what he just said he's going to do?
Yeah.
So some of our landlords here, I'm sure, will be adopting those practices. And so, word to the wise for our voucher holders, you now have the inside scoop on what landlords are going to be doing and looking at. So let's move on. That's a great response. And again, if you have questions.
I have a question.
Yes, ma'am.
Could you all speak a little bit about lease agreement? What are the most important things
that you have on the lease when it comes to, the responsibility of the landlord versus the tenant.
So you're right at our next session, preparing your lease.
Good warrior.
Go ahead, say it again, Mr. Beard.
You're a good warrior, Brad, for what he said.
An eviction attorney, because that's who's gonna have to put your people out.
Would you say, repeat that?
An eviction.
An eviction attorney, have him go through this, because he's gonna be the one that's gonna put the people out. So that'd be for,
And if you contact a real estate attorney, very likely they will have leases that they will give you. My attorney actually does issue a lease, and if there's a change in the state law, as there was a few years ago, and probably more recently, the lease, he updates the lease, and he just sends it out to all of his clients, so that your lease stays in compliance with Alabama state leasing requirements, as well as the housing authority's requirements. And within that lease, there are different areas. It talks about your tenant's responsibilities, and you can get it's a long list. And the lease that he sends you, there is space where you can add some things that, as long as it's in the law, you do have some things. I'm asking if this is all right if this particular item be added. But it outlines the tenant's responsibilities, who's going to maintain pest control in the house, who's going to be responsible for taking care of the lawn, and what does that entail? And when you go over that lease, I personally, because my lease is 12 pages long, and when I go in and sign a lease with my tenants, I make sure, it's not my responsibility to make sure that they read the lease, that's their obligation, but I want to ensure that certain parts they are familiar with. So I sit down with them and go over those sections of tenant responsibility, those things like the HVAC system, central heating and air. What are the responsibilities regarding that? They do have responsibilities within the leases. They're supposed to change the filter. And the lease also says that they can be held liable if they fail if the unit is damaged because of their negligence. And when I go over different sections with them, pest control, they clog up the plumbing, they're responsible for those clogs. You know, they're trying to flush a makeup kit down the toilet, costs $200 and some to repair. The tenant is responsible for that, and it's in the lease. And they have initialed by those particular areas that I've gone over with them, so they know that they're responsible for it.
So that's great. I see someone has a question, but that's great. That's why you see here a checklist of fees for damaged items. So I have that in my list on my lease because I've been working with contractors who work with me and been doing business a long time. So I already know this is what I'm charging to fix this kind of stuff. So I'll just put it in there, and it's exactly as Ms. Renee just said, that hey, if we're going to unclog your toilet, and we're pulling out makeup kits, that's on you. So those are critical components. Fees for missed service call. Somebody said, hey, I've heard this a number of times. I'm sending out a contractor to do work, and then you're not there, right? Which that's a little different issue. I don't really ever had that problem, but you know, hey, is there anything about that you want to include as a fee? Question? Somebody had a question? Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. In reference to the sewage toilet, it's a clause. I thought since it was Section 8 housing, that was my responsibility. I went to one tenant and less, I say 3 times in 1 month. So I'm thinking if the toilet stops, even though she has small children, I need to get out there because that causes an unsanitary condition. I always thought that.
Yeah, we're not saying it's not your responsibility to fix. The landlord will have to fix it. But the question is, what's the cause? Right? If you've got a legitimate toilet issue that's legitimately just clogged up for whatever reason, right? I still got to come out and fix it. We'll fix it, right? But the question is, who's going to pay for it? And if it's something that is tenant caused, as was an example of somebody threw a toy, down the toilet, and then a toy was clogging all this stuff, and my plumber pulls out, here's your problem, sir. We got makeup kits and toys flushed down the toilet. It's fixed. My responsibility is fixed. But tenant, you pay for this. Yes, sir. Question.
So at what point you guys talk briefly about lawyers, at what point is the investment worth it to get a lawyer, right? Obviously, you're not going to do that in your first property. And let's just say you're just $500 for rent. A lawyer kind of feels excessive at that point.
Well, I don't think it costs anything to contact a lawyer and, talk to them. And I think that if you're going to get into the investment, it's very good to really even have a lawyer on staff, because this is constantly going, and eventually it will, but you have to get someone. In Alabama, even judges and attorneys told that it used to be years ago that you could have an individual process yourself, but you can't do that anymore. The law has changed so that you have to have an attorney to do that.
Really?
But yes, but if you going in, you just have a question, you need to ask your lawyer or something like that, you can do that over the phone. Like I said, getting that, you're making sure that your lease meets the standards that the state sets and housing authority sets. You want to make sure that you have a good lease. You can draw it up yourself, but it may not start right. You take the section, if the housing authority is, well, we can't use this lease because it doesn't do this. So it's to your advantage to make sure that you make contact with an attorney when you are getting into this business. So if a question does come up, you have to have an attorney.
I know that it's prudent to have an attorney. I exactly with everything there. But like you said, the law requires you, even if the property is going to be your personal name, to have an attorney with you for eviction.
For an eviction. I have been told that if you are going to evict an attorney, especially if it's a government tenant, you need to have an attorney handle that. You can't just go to the courthouse and fill out the paperwork and give them the fee like you used to years ago and handle that eviction yourself. It has to be presented and follow so many particular rules or whatever that you have to have an attorney to do that. And they do charge a fee. I know the attorney that I used to charge about $600.
Can someone second that? Because my sister had to evict a tenant recently. She didn't have to have an attorney, but she didn't know the process and of course the law is using a copy. She had to eventually get one, but she didn't have to have one.
That's what I should have said. That's what I was told. You need to have
I used to do it all the time myself, but they make it so complicated. They don't explain anything. So if you don't know how to do it, like I can't do it, but you can do it. But they make it so complicated, so I don't explain it. If you miss any process, you pay the money back.
So this would be my advice. I don't know if you can deny eviction in your personal name anymore. All my houses have been in LLC since day one. But I know that you used to be able to. But having said that, my philosophy in life is that you walk into a courtroom without an attorney, you walk into a gunfight without a gun. So it won't cost you much to find an eviction attorney. That's what you're looking for. You want to establish, or you want to tell them what you want to do and establish a relationship. I doubt that they're really going to charge you to establish that until you say, can you look over my lease? Can you make sure this is right? He may charge you to do that in the beginning, but that's basically a one-time fee. And then you're going to use that lease for as many properties as you have. And then when you do have a situation where the tenant is not paying, you already have somebody that you can go to that can help you out. You know, that would be my advice, because the eviction law, especially with COVID changed a lot. We had to kind of change our game. When that happened, my attorney, when COVID happened, he said,
change all of your leases to 6 months or a year with the, but the month to month. Don't renew them, just let them go into month to month, because with the COVID laws, I could still evict folks if they weren't paying for end of lease or possession. So your lease is up, I want my house back. So if they hadn't been paying, if I didn't do that, then I basically wouldn't be able to evict them, because there was, a whole year where, under the moratorium, where the judge would just not rule, which means the sheriff ain't come to your house and they can just sit in there. So, and that's what you need. You need a relationship with somebody that is going to tell you that. Say, hey, this is going to affect you or your business in this certain way if you do that. And, it may be a few $100, but it's going to be well worth it down the road.
The other thing too is, again, you mentioned going month to month. I mean, at the end of the day, if you're under a contractual lease that obligates you to a year and then you renew it, well, you're obligated. But if you go month to month, even if everything is going great, maybe you wouldn't want to do this, but you say, hey, I just want my property back. And then we just issue you a notice to vacate, hey, I want to get my property back and move you out and do something else with my property. You have the right to do it. Yes, question.
But you're saying all these negatives, but there's a good positive for being with the housing board too, especially with new tenants. And I tend to like to rent to new tenants on the program for the reason of they don't know, they want to do right, they want to be on the program, they've been trying to get on the program for quite some time. And he said earlier, we do have HAMMER, which before you go through the eviction process, usually they don't want to be off the program, so they're going to do what it takes, to do the right thing, hopefully. So even in my screening process, I do like to go with new people to the program.
So let me just say this. I would invite, we have voucher briefings every Thursday at 10 a.m. It's online. So I'll invite landlords to jump on that so you can hear what we're sharing with voucher participants, because we obviously tell them all the rules that are required. If you tear up a property, those are grounds for termination from our program. So it's not new information, right? All of that is known knowledge as part of the program. So I'll invite you to do that. Go ahead.
So the housing board does have a hammer. They can kick the person off the program. But just understand this, if you get to that point and that's what they're doing, we've all lost. The housing board is lost, you've lost, tenants lost. So what you want to do is set up your processes where nobody loses. They don't lose the house, you don't lose rent, you don't lose money, and the housing board allows, can stay in the position of helping a family. But, the first landlord council we had, Paul said something that hit with me, and it's that there's equal responsibility and accountability on all parties. So the housing board, the tenant, and the landlord. We all have a responsibility in what this place. And you have to recognize that. The tenant has to recognize that. And I'm in the landlord council because I'm hoping Paul will completely recognize it. But basically that's it. If you want it to be a harmonious relationship, because if it's bad, it's just going to be bad for everybody. That's right.
And I can say that my tenants all really do appreciate the fact that they are having the government help them with either all or a large portion of their rent, and they don't want to lose that. So when I point out something to them that they're responsible for, they do respond because they know that that help that they're receiving, they don't want to lose it. So they generally do respond positively.
So we have this next section, marketing your property. I know we'll maybe talk to that, but is there anything specific that you do to get your property out? Hey, I'm a new landlord. I'm not in the circle yet, so what do I do to get my properties out?
I have found that the affordable, it used to be Go Section 8, now it's called affordable housing, has been very helpful. I initially started out, you don't have to pay anything to advertise your property on that particular site. You post the pictures that you want, and you can post more pictures. I like to post pictures throughout the house so that people have a good view of what the house looks like on the inside, the outside, shows all the features. But I do go ahead and pay. They have a necessarily try to rush to get a tenant in, like, you know, show it to one person and they have their deposit, because you do have to do really careful screening. And I do like Mr. I think Beard has said, I think that I do visit properties where they live. I don't necessarily tell them that I'm going to come and visit because they visit their own house. They can get it, they can get up and do whatever they want to do. I really want to see what they are comfortable living if they don't know that I come. So my application, which you have to, I recommend that you have to fill out a detailed application where they give you basic information about where they live prior to where they live now, and ask them all kinds of questions that will help you to do your research, determine if that's the person you want to put in your house. And when I go by, I may not necessarily knock on their door because I know that I have not been haven't given them notice that I'm coming, and they do have a right to their own privacy. So I can drive by their home. And sometimes looking at the outside of a home, you can see they've got like trash around the house. Every line in the house is all old. That gives you an idea of what's going on the inside. So, and sometimes I do, if I have a reason to go to their home, maybe it's something they left off on their home, I can go by and when I go to the door, I say, you forgot to fill out this particular information. I want you to come by, and then I'll tell them. I want to see where my tenants live. Sometimes if they know that they take care of them, they'll say, come on in. And look around if you want to, because they want to move. They want to move, and they want me to know that they plan to take care of my property like they take care of the home they're in their house.
Couple of questions, go ahead.
Not a question, but a comment on marketing. I don't know if you were used this or not, but Facebook Marketplace is also a good place. We usually don't have any problems before. If someone sees our property empty, they start contacting us. So Facebook Marketplace is a good place, and you get a bunch of responses.
Very good. Yes, sir.
Yeah, first of all, I want to thank the people down there by Eagle Drive, because I go in there sometimes and be asked a question. I be in la-la land because my daughter don't be with me. And I start talking about the wrong property. May end up talking about going out of town. But another thing is that people correct me if I'm wrong. I never, if a person is on Section 8 and you have your 1-year lease, when that year is up, you can have in your lease to get it converted to month to month. And if I'm wrong, please correct me. And if someone is not doing right, you can evict them without going to court. You do that when you do Section 8. Am I correct?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Most leases after 1 year automatically move unless you have some language that automatically renews it, which I wouldn't suggest you do. And then obviously as an owner of your property, you don't have to have a reason to say, I just want my property back, you know, and I'm going to give you 90 days or whatever you feel like is necessary to, you know, give them notice. So let's, did anybody else have another question?
So just to clarify real quick, the eviction portion of it is the lawyer, the eviction lawyer is if they don't want to move out, correct? If they agree, if you give them their notice, their 90-day notice, and they say, okay, I'll be gone, and they are gone.
Then you don't need to
So our next question here is tenant selection. I know we've been already talking about that. Mr. Beard, I don't know what you have, you want to share what your write-up is in relationship to this?
No, it's in relation to just rules, stuff, didn't all about it.
Got it. Okay, I think we've come to a section, but why don't you talk about that now, because I think that might be a good time.
This list that I've got, I just want to somewhat briefly read it to you. I put this list up, probably at the inside of the heater closet door, okay, with it, just take it on the door, okay, put it on the back door. And it's a quick reference for the tenants to return, be a better tenant and help them, okay? Item 1, for maintenance issues, please call my number and email to beardproperties@management.com, Gmail, whatever, okay? Payments can be made to our drop boxes, 17 Executive Park Drive. Third thing is our physical address is also 1717 Executive Park. Number 4, when communicating with the housing board, please do so by email, and email our office a copy. Next one, when a plumber is required for repairs at the tenant's house, the tenant representative is required to be at the house. Because when the plumber pulls that item out of the drain line, okay, I want the tenant to see what comes out. If it's, roots, I pay the bill. If it's a hairbrush, a watch, whatever, TV remote I pulled out, whatever, tenant pays the bill. Number 6, okay, tenant should notify the landlord by email when repairs are completed. The next one, when a tenant moves in, the tenant should immediately check all drains for proper function. This is to include kitchen drain, tub drain, bathroom drain, toilet, and washer drain. Because in that effect, what happens is a week or 2 weeks after the tenant moves in, drain stopped up. It's been stopped up since the day I moved in. Baloney. I want the tenant to check it. When the tenant moves in, make sure everything is in proper order. I want to be a good landlord. And if there's a problem, I want to take care of it. Let's see, next item. Tenant to change the air filter every 30 days. And I write the size of the air filter on this sheet. Okay? Next thing, all cars must be parked in the driveway. Okay? Not in the front yard, not in the backyard. If they start parking in the yard, I put stakes, 4x4 treated stakes, every 6 feet where they can't park in the driveway, can't park in the front yard or the backyard. Kills grass, values the property doesn't look good, okay? It's just a bad situation all the way around. Let's see, second thing is, you can't have, all cars on the property have to have a proper tag, and they have to run. City ordinance, that's not me, that's the city. And if they have those cars on there, they don't find the tenant, they find you as a landlord. And I think the fine is about $500. So, now you can take this tag that says, parking violations or whatever, okay? And if they don't have a proper tag and they don't run, okay, you can haul them off, and it doesn't. There's record companies in town that'll haul them off free. Won't charge you anything. Give 7 days to return to remove the car. If they don't remove them, you haul them off. And I got a new property manager last month, okay? We tagged 15 cars in less than 10 days. We tagged those cars, okay? About 12 or 13 of them moved. They knew I'm in business. Okay? A junk car just devalues the property altogether. Let's see, there shouldn't be any trash in the yard, front yard and backyard. If the tenant changes the telephone number, okay, the tenant is to notify you and the housing board both. Because I can't tell you how many times I've tried to call a tenant, okay, this number's been disconnected, whatever. When the tenant changes the telephone, you need to be notified immediately, and the housing board needs to be notified. The tenant needs to keep a neat, clean house. Cleanliness to me is next to God, okay? I want you to keep a neat, clean house. If there's something wrong with it, I want to take care of it. If it's rotten water on the outside, I want to replace it. If the driveway needs to be redone, I'm going to put new asphalt down. And then I'm going to seal coat it after that. If the tree needs to be trimmed, I'm going to trim it. I've probably spent $70,000 in the last 3, 4, 5 years cutting trees. Because, what I'm trying to say is this. Wind coverage nowadays is expensive as a dickens. Expensive. So if you get out without having wind coverage, okay, the best thing you do is trim the trees, and then you can drop the wind coverage if the bank will let you do it, okay, and it's a lot less expensive. Let's see, what else I got on this list? When the tenant lease is terminated, okay, we give them 60 days notice, okay? Verbal notification is not acceptable. You've got to notify me and Mr. Watkins.
In writing.
In writing.
If it ain't in writing, it ain't.
And that's right. And what we're trying to say, notification does not start until both people receive notification. both people, me and the housing board. Then at that point, the 60-day deal runs. And then the other thing is that tenant should be returned to the landlord at the time of exit inspection. Failure to do so will result in a $150 fine. Now, the hammer, and I'm glad you said it publicly, and whatever. I want a good tenant, I want to maintain a good house, but if you tear my house up, that's it. You're off my program, and you're off this Watkins program. Sir, he's not gonna put up with it, and I'm not gonna put up with it.
That's good, that's
I put this inside the heated closet or on the back door. Quick, easy reference, okay? That way, because they'll lose the lease or whatever, okay? And I mean, just tape it up there, and it'll stay there.
What was his last one, the last statement?
Let's see. Tenant should return the landlord the key during the inspection, okay? If failure to do so, will be $150 fine or fee.
Return the keys?
Yeah, return the key. I want the guy to do an inspection. I'd say half the tenants, they'll just move and not use the key back or whatever. Something else too, let me say this. You brought the housing board into the 21st century with all the changes you brought and everything else. Just recently, I bought a program called Rent Manager. It cost me $150 a month. Write that name down. Rent Manager. This Rent Manager documents everything. When I talk to the tenant, we record that in. When I talk to the housing board, I document that. We have repairs done, I document that. Everything involved in that tenant is documented in that program. In addition to tracking payments, amount due, okay, whatever. Everything is documented in that program. It's the best $150 you'll spend. Because when he calls and says, what about the tenant? I'm gonna run the program and I'm gonna send him a complete log of every communication that we've had with the tenant, what we've done to the house, and whatever. He can in turn adjust his actions accordingly. It's the best $150 it's $150 a month, but it's the best $150 a month you'll ever spend. Believe me when I tell you that.
Let me just comment to what he just now said, because it's so important. And Mr. Pierce said it earlier, our CEO, we don't like to do a whole lot of explanation. I don't like to do a whole bunch of explanation. I just want to provide the documents. So when a participant comes to me and they say what didn't happen, I don't want to have to talk. I just want to say, well, ma'am, sir, this is the documentation. Where's yours? I am in the business as well, as Mr. Pierce said, of helping our folks to learn how to do business with us so that they can be better tenants, better participants. Do your ALR on time, right? That's a simple one. It's a requirement. Do that on time. Keep it basic. But communicate with us in writing. That way, I have something to call your landlord about if there's an issue, and I can just forward down what you say to me. Okay, part of our responsibility as a housing authority is not always to come between the landlord and the tenant to make these kinds of calls that are really landlord-tenant issues. We provide payment. That's really it. That's what we do. We provide payment. We ask our participants to abide by program rules. It's really only two. Do your ALR, your recertification every year, pay your rent, and take care of the property. That's three. That's it. And we ask our landlords, take care, be responsive. If there's something wrong, be responsive, get it fixed, and do inspections once every 2 years. That's our program in a nutshell. If you can do those two things, those three things on the participant side, those two things on the landlord side, we're going to have a great relationship. And our function and goal is to make sure you get paid every month on time the right amount. Questions over here? I saw a couple of questions. Yes, sir.
Is there any way possible you would mind sharing that information with us? Give a copy.
So this will be part of our landlord council. We'll document this. Part of our, I can have this, Mr. Pierce?
Yes, Yes, sir.
Okay,
Yes, sir.
so we'll document that, and we're gonna create, on our website, a section that's dedicated, if you will, to our landlord council, information, things that might be helpful for you, and this will be something we can put on there.
Can I say one other thing? This council we've got, we just started, okay? And it's a way I feel like that we as landlords can communicate with Mr. Watkins, okay? We can air our issues, and let me say this, he does a doggone good job in taking our advice and getting things done. I really like it.
Well, I think our staff, they really are the ones who implement whatever we come up with to try to make happen. Yes, sir.
With the rent manager, thing that you just mentioned.
That red manager sitting right in front of you, right over there, the, Pete.
Okay.
Wow.
You will.
She's good too. Don't steal her.
All right, so I'm gonna jump to the next one, and it is now 2:05, and I know we have some participants. You all, participants, raise your hand, let me just see. Oh, nice, awesome. So let me invite you, we do have some seats up here. You'll be closer to some of our landlords if you want to get a hold of them, and you don't have to keep standing up. There's some seats here, feel free to come on in and have a seat. Let me ask, because I got this email, is there anybody in the house that does sign language? Anybody in the house that does sign language?
I know a little bit.
You know a little bit, okay.
Not very much like it.
Okay.
I know
You
my
might get it
ABC.
used. All right, no problem. So then, let's move forward. This is the request for tenancy approval of HQS inspection. Do you all have any best practices when it comes to making sure that happens timely? When somebody is supposed to move in, that it's not, too far in advance, or?
Well, I generally, matter of fact, I have an tenant right now, and I just turned in her paperwork on Monday. And what I did was, I did not even show the house until it was ready to move in. Once I get finished with the work, that's when I show the house, and so she walked in. And after I approved her application, then I took her paperwork and filled it out. She and I filled the paperwork out together, and I took the paperwork and I just brought it here to the office. And that's what I usually do. And once I turn that paperwork in, then you're working your crews and team schedule the inspection.
Great. So let me just point out a couple of things, because our RAFTA folks, when they're processing that, and maybe some of you all have gotten this call that everything is not completed, and we actually can't complete it for you because we don't know your property and we don't want to just listen to you tell us what to write, and then it'd be the wrong thing, and then you get it back on us, and we don't do that, right? So we send it back to you and have you complete it. So that's a very important process for our internal our processes and requirements. It's the request for tenancy approval. We need that documentation completed fully and accurately according to whatever it is you know about your property and what it is you have stated there. I would like to ask Ms. Kita, real quick, can you share a little bit about the RAFTA process? So Dr. Sines,
okay,
what do you want to call that?
we've introduced a new
Come
technology.
on up. We need you in the spotlight.
Of course, we're encouraging you to start using the portal because everything is going to be going automated, even the RAFTA. So a tenant comes on board, they're going to go through a briefing process, it's going to be released through the portal. From the portal, they will be able to find the landlord, and then they're going to come in and they're going to invite the landlord to sign up. And then, at that point, through the portal, it's going to email you the RAFTA, and it's going to be all electronic sign. And you will be able to upload your lease if it's a new property, you'll be able to show that you own it, with EFT, everything is going to be electronic. So we really want to encourage you to please get into the portal, get familiar. This is coming down the pipe, and it should be, not going to confirm it, but it should be done by December. They're really pushing to get that done. Because of COVID, it brought to people's attention that we need to make it electronic, because not everybody's gonna be able to come in and finish the process.
So this is huge. This is something that we've been wanting. Real estate, a lot is just done online. DocuSign, you may have heard of that before. So you just sign documents electronically. It prevents you from missing places that you should have signed, that you didn't sign. Oh, I missed that. Now we got to take paperwork back. And you sign here, and oh, you missed this part. It simplifies the process. It walks you through every place you need to sign, everything that needs to be completed. You don't miss it. We get it right the first time. You don't have to go anywhere. It's accessible over your phone, so you can simply do that. Most people have smartphones, and for landlords, for those that don't, then I can get with the tenant and let's just walk through this together. So that's why we want to encourage you to start getting on the portal, getting used to it, because it'll be accessed and moderated through the portal.
Is that what you're talking about right there?
The portal is what we talked and showed earlier in the presentation.
Let me just say that I think that the first step in accepting a voucher needs to be two things. One, the tenant needs to have their deposit. My opinion that they shouldn't be shopping for a house if they don't have a deposit. And you don't want to take the deposit before you take the voucher. You see the voucher, the physical voucher. You want to accept both of those things at the exact same time. Because once you accept the voucher and you fill it out, you both sign it, and you turn it in, you're now obligated to that process of waiting for everything to come back. And you don't want, in my opinion, you don't want the deposit to be something that is going to get you stuck on the tenant moving in once the house does pass. Because as soon as the house passes, you can begin to collect rent, and you'll want them to move in. So you want that all done, and then that way they can move in. And it's not an issue.
Questions? Go for it.
Okay. Quick question. With the portal, as far as like landlords and tenants that have not signed up, how do they do that? If they're not present for today, how do they get like the registration code, or who do they email to start their process?
Yeah, so that's a great question. So every landlord that's in our system, we do this pretty much once a year. If you're not registered as a portal user, we send you out via the mail. There's no other way to contact you. We can do email, but most times that's not even accessible. So we send out once a year to everyone who is not on the portal a registration code. So if you're now in that boat, just contact our office. Yes, I got my staff waving at me. Thank you. Yes, so there is a link on the portal. So you don't have to be on the portal now, right? If you say, hey, I'm not registered, let me go to the portal. What's that address?
Actually, I'm sorry, on the website. Yeah. There's a button that says, get my registration code, and it's going to to us.
Okay, so there's a registration link on our website. So you go to our website under Landlords. If you want to register for the portal, click that. It sends notification to us, and then we can get a registration link out to you.
First of all, I want to apologize. I'm kind of dragging here, but that's only because I drove all night from Atlanta, and I want to say this has been a great conference. I'm glad that I came. A lot of really good information, and everyone here, and the landlords are here. But I have a question that might be off topic. Mr. Beard mentioned something about insurance before, and all of you up there are in a place where most of us want to be in terms of the number of renters you have, the properties you have. So I'm just kind of curious, what insurance do you use on your property? What do you recommend?
All right, there's a couple different types of insurance. One is liability. You ought to have liability on every house that you have, regardless, okay? If it's mortgage, okay, your lender is going to require some form of insurance. It can be fire and wind, or it can be just fire only, okay? And if you're debt-free, you don't have to have insurance.
But in my case, yes, I am debt free, but I don't, I carry liability on everything. You know, my more expensive house, I carry fire. Okay, I don't carry any wind. What I did is I spent a lot of money trimming all these trees down around the house where I don't think wind's gonna affect me very much. So in other words, you always got to have liability, okay? Your lender is gonna require you to fire and wind, okay? Or maybe just fire, depending on your lender or bank or mortgage company.
Don't forget clubs.
Yes. It all depends on what zone you're in. City, insurance companies have flood maps or whatever, and your house may or may not be in a flood zone. If you're in a flood zone, they're going to require flood insurance.
For me, I have some homes that do have mortgages on them, and as you mentioned, the mortgage lender will require both the homeowner, the fire insurance and the insurance. Rent is very expensive, and so you want to be mindful of that when you purchase your property, or where you purchase it, because it's more expensive in some areas than others. And flood would be required in those areas that are considered high risk. And if you're in those areas and you have a mortgage, you'll have to have all of those insurances. But the most common and probably what you would want to have would be definitely the fire insurance, because it's not just fire, it covers other things as well, but mostly fire is the biggest issue. And for my properties, they're under an umbrella. I have a policy with my insurance broker where they're under an umbrella policy where the insurance company, I pay a down payment each year, I pay a certain portion, and then a monthly payment towards the entire insurance.
Are there certain companies that you work with?
Not necessarily. My insurance company happens to be Lloyd's in London right now, but it's a broker. There's insurance broker. If you go to an insurance agent, I have farmers, and farmers go out. It's very good. I have them on my personal home, but they stopped covering rental properties. Over the years, a lot of insurance companies were leaving out rental properties. So insurance agents become like brokers. They make contracts with different companies, and based on what your needs are and what you want, your insurance agent will say, okay, this looks like the best policy or program for you under this particular company. I want that. You'll have to decide that. For me, that's what was the best with my property. They're all under one policy, an umbrella policy. Already are listed in my policy individually. I just pay a monthly fee per month, and it's usually paid off before within 10 months period. That makes it before.
So I'm going to camp off with a question. How do you guys feel about your rental habits?
Personally, I tell my renters that they need to have their own insurance, but I cannot make them go around renter's insurance. But it isn't to their advantage if they do have renter's insurance, because I let them know that while the property is insured, if something happens, and I've had fires in the past. Fortunately, no one has ever injured, but property was damaged, and most of the things that were lost in terms of the inside that belonged to the renter, it was not covered if they didn't have their own renter's insurance. So as long as they know that, and it doesn't matter if you're a rich person or not, everybody's got cell phones, laptops, and all kinds of things in their home that they would want to make sure was covered.
So I'm looking at our time. It's 2:20. We're allowed to be here to about 3. So we're going to move quickly through this period, and I do want to allow opportunity for you to meet with some of our participants. So I want to allow some opportunity for that. So we're going to go about another 5 or 6 minutes, and then we'll allow for that kind of interaction to happen, and we'll close out. So we just have here tracking your financials, recertification dates, inspection dates. Let me just mention, use the portal. I've got it up here 3 times. Use the portal, use the portal, use the portal. As you saw today, all of that information is in the portal, so
for you as a landlord to be aware of, to know, and can obviously use that information to your benefit. Unit repairs, maintenance. Is there any way that you all handle unit repairs or maintenance issues that may be a best practice?
When we're signing the lease, we make it clear to the tenant that we want to know what's happening. We don't want them repairing anything. I want them to tell me what's wrong with the house. And you'll want that too, because, you know, a plumbing fixture that's leaking today, if they let it sit for 3 months, it's a $50 fix today, $350 3 weeks from now. So you want to keep active communication, you want to keep a good relationship. The software that Jimmy mentioned, and I use a different software, but they're all very similar. Those things will allow you to put work orders in, or even like communicate with the tenant on what's going on. That way everything is documented. Once you get to a certain level, or however many properties you have, you don't want to just leave it up to you just having to remember or write things down. You want it to all be documented, and that way you can also have a history of what's happening in your house, and then you can kind of determine over time, is the tenant beating this thing up, or is this house just needing a lot of work? You know, you'll be able to tell the pattern of who's doing what. But you definitely need to have an open communication regularly about what's happening in the house, because you really don't want. To me, a house is a deteriorating situation, period, without somebody living in it. So just in that fact, it's got to be something that you want to constantly be in communication.
Personally, I would make a list of, unless you are in the business of doing the thing yourself, I make a list of different workers that I know that I'm going to need over the course of time. I know I need a phone. I know I need an electrician. I need an HVAC person. I need a yard person. I need a handyman. That doesn't mean that I'm going to be calling these people every week to do this work. But when people move out, the property comes into my responsibility. So I'm sending a yard person out to say, add this to your list. I need a handyman. Somebody who is very handy at doing this, maybe changing out locks, whatever, some simple repair. And once you get a list, and you can have more than one plumber. I had a plumber I called the other day, and he wasn't available. Called another plumber who was on my list, who took care of it. So I pick my contractors. I try to use people who are licensed and know is qualified to do the work, but not necessarily the biggest contractors that are out there. They tend to be the most expensive. I have found had much good success with small, sole proprietary contractors. First off, they're the ones doing the work. They're not sending out some tiny. They're trying to do the work and charging me a huge fee. And they are very responsive to my call. When I call, if a person has a problem with their AC, they will go out that evening, that same day, because they know that I do repeat business with them, and they don't charge me, weekend fees and that kind of thing. So get you a list of people that you can work with and have their numbers handy. And if you have a problem, if a tenant calls you, you can text them and put them on the phone.
Document communication, I think we've been saying that a lot. But what about like lease enforcement? Is there anything that you all do regarding lease enforcement that might be a best practice?
I try to, like I said, document everything that I have. Sometimes I make sure that, I find that text messaging is a really great form of documentation, because when you send people text messages, you're documenting your communication with them, tells you who you're talking to, when you made the kind of conversation, what was said, and it's kept forever, actually. And you can make screenshots of them, attach them to your tenant's file, so you need to keep a record of certain communications, but you can also have that tenant's email address. But text messaging has been very effective for me, because tenants usually respond to that. I'm not always sure if I send them an email, if they are checking their email, or whatever. Sometimes I just have to, if I'm not sure, I will go to your home and say, hey, would you do this?
So let's see what's next. Okay. Any other questions and answers? Questions? Yes, ma'am.
At one time, they had a way you could do the portal training, was it gonna be a house board as a landlord? I had one scheduled, and they canceled it, and I never did get it again. Is that still available?
That's a great question. We actually talked about setting up videos when you do some of that portal training. You can just go on and watch a 3-minute video that just deals with this and a list of things. So we're going to put that together. That's something we're going to work on putting together, and the idea around perhaps doing a portal training, we'll take that as good feedback. Okay, so let me ask you to do 2 things. First off, let's give a round of applause. The second thing is each of you all have one of these surveys. If you don't mind, please completing this survey. This will greatly help us to know what we can do better the next time. Did you get some value out of this session, as I heard? Anything you didn't like? And provide us with that feedback. That would be very helpful. And so I'm going to go ahead and have our closing remarks now and then ask you to meet with some of our participants. Participants, raise your hands again. Wow, look there. Okay, so we've got a number of participants that are looking for properties right now. Hopefully you all brought your vouchers. I told you to bring your vouchers in the email, right? So you can actually, as Mr. Joey just said, hey, we want to see your voucher. And what else did he say? We want to see you get your security deposit, right? So landlords, if you have properties that are available right now, or that you know, hey, I've got a property that's coming available in the next 30 days.
You know, it may be a few $100, but it's going to be well worth it down the road.
The other thing too is, again, you mentioned going month to month. I mean, at the end of the day, if you're under a contractual lease that obligates you to a year and then you renew it, well, you're obligated. But if you go month to month, even if everything is going great, you know, maybe you wouldn't want to do this, but you know, you say, hey, I just want my property back. And then we just issue you a notice to vacate, hey, I want to, get my property back and move you out and do something else with my property. You have the right to do that. Yes, question.
But you're saying all these negatives, but there's a good positive with being with the housing board too, especially with new tenants. And I tend to like to rent to new tenants on the program for the reason of they don't know, they want to do right, they want to be on the program, they've been trying to get on the program for quite some time. And he said earlier, we do have a hammer, which before you go through the eviction process, usually they don't want to be off the program, so they're going to do what it takes, to do the right thing, hopefully. So even in my screening process, I do like to go with new people to the program.
So let me just say this. I would invite, we have voucher briefings every Thursday at 10 a.m. It's online. So I'll invite landlords to jump on that so you can hear what we're sharing with voucher participants, because we obviously tell them all the rules that are required. If you tear up a property, those are grounds for termination from our program. So it's not new information, right? All of that is known knowledge as part of the program. So I'll invite you to do that.
So the housing board does have a hammer. They can kick the person off the program. But just understand this, if you get to that point and that's what they're doing, we've all lost. The housing board is lost, you've lost, the tenant's lost. So what you want to do is set up your processes where nobody loses. They don't lose the house, you don't lose rent, you don't lose money, and the housing board allows, can stay in the position of helping a family. The first landlord council we had, Paul said something that hit with me, and it's that there's equal responsibility and accountability on all parties. So the housing board, the tenant, and the landlord. We all have a responsibility of what this plays. And you have to recognize that. The tenant has to recognize that. And I'm in the landlord council because I'm hoping Paul will completely recognize it. But basically that's it. If you want it to be a harmonious relationship, because if it's bad, it's just going to be bad for everybody.
And I can say that my tenants all really do appreciate the fact that they are having the government help them with either all or a large portion of their rent, and they don't want to they don't want to lose that. So when I point out something to them that they're responsible for, they do respond because they know that that help that they're receiving, they don't want to lose it. So they generally do respond positively.
So we have this next section, marketing your property. I know you all may talk to that, but is there anything specific that you do to get your property out? You know, hey, I'm a new landlord, you know, I'm not in the circle yet, so what do I do with my property?
I have found that the affordable, it used to be Go Section 8, now it's called affordable housing, has been very helpful. I initially started out, you don't have to pay anything to advertise your property on that particular site. You post the pictures that you want, and you can post more pictures. I like to post pictures throughout the house so that people have a good view of what the house looks like on the inside, the outside, shows all the features. But I do go ahead and pay. They have a service that you can pay that you get. It offers more if you pay a fee, and I usually pay that maybe for 1 month. Because within a month, I've already found my tenant. I don't necessarily try to rush to get a tenant in, like, you know, show it to one person and they have the deposit, because you do have to do really careful screening. And I do like Mr. I think Beard had said, I think that I do visit properties where they live. I don't necessarily tell them that I'm going to come and visit because he visits their own house. They can get in there and clean it up and do everything the rest. I really want to see what they are comfortable living if they don't know that I come. So my application, which you have to, I recommend that you have to fill out a detailed application where they give you basic information about where they live prior to where they live now, and ask them all kinds of questions that will help you to do your research, determine if that's the person you want to put in your house. And when I go by, I may not necessarily knock on their door because I know that I have not been, haven't given them notice that I'm coming, and they do have a right to their own privacy. So I can drive by their home. And sometimes looking at the outside of the home, you can see how a person is living. If they've got a lot of trash around their house, every line in the house is all trash piled outside. That gives you an idea of what it's going to look like on the inside. So, and sometimes I do, if I have a reason to go to their home, maybe there's something they left off on their form, I can go by, and when I go to the door, I say, you forgot to fill out this particular information. I wanted to come by, and then I'll tell them. I like to see where my tenants live. And sometimes if they know that they take care of their home, they'll say, well, come on in and look around if you want to, because they want to move, and they want me to know that they plan to take care of my property like they take care of the home in their house.
Not a question, but a comment on marketing. I don't know if you want to use this or not, but Facebook Marketplace is also a good place. We usually don't have any problems before. If someone sees our property empty, they start contacting us. But Facebook Marketplace is a good place, and you get a bunch of responses like that.
Very good. Yes, sir.
Yeah, first of all, I want to thank the people down there by Eagle Drive, because I go in there sometimes and be asked a question. I be in la-la land because my daughter don't be with me. And I start talking about the rental property, may end up talking about going out of town. But another thing, and sir, please correct me if I'm wrong. I never, if a person is on Section 8 and you have your 1-year lease, when that year is up, you can have it in your lease it'll convert to month to month. And if I'm wrong, please correct me. And if someone is not doing right, you can evict them without going to court. You do that through Section 8. Am I correct?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Most leases have a 1 year, automatically moves, unless you have some language that automatically renews it, which I wouldn't suggest you do. And then, obviously, as an owner of your property, you don't have to have a reason to say, I just want my property back, you know, and I'm going to give you 90 days or whatever you feel like is necessary to, you know, give them notice. So let's, did anybody else have a question?
Just to clarify, the eviction portion of it, is the lawyer, do you think they agree, if you give them their notice, or 90-day notice, and they say, okay, I'll be gone, and they are gone.
Yeah, then you don't need an attorney, just let them get it.
So our next question here is tenant selection. I know we've been already talking about that. Mr. Beard, I don't know what you have, want to share, what you have as a relationship to this?
No, it's a relationship with rules and stuff, tenant all abide by.
Yeah, I think we'll come to a section, but why don't you talk about that now, because I think that might be.
This list that I've got, I just want someone to read it to you. I put this list up, probably at the inside of the heater closet door, okay, with it. Just take it on the door, okay, put it on the back door. And it's a quick reference for the tenants to in turn be a better tenant and help them, okay? Item 1, for maintenance issues, please call my number and email to beardproperty.management.com, email, whatever, okay? Payments can be made to our drop box, 17 Executive Park Drive. Third thing is our physical address is also 1717 Executive Park. Number 4, when communicating with the housing board, please do so by email, and email our office a copy. Next one, when a plumber is required for repair at the tenant's house, the tenant representative is required to be at the house. Because when the plumber pulls that item out of the drain line, okay, I want the tenant to see what comes out. If it's, roots, I pay the bill. If it's a hairbrush, a watch, whatever, TV remote I pulled out, whatever, tenant pays the bill. Number 6, okay, tenants should notify the landlord by email when the repairs are completed. Next one, when the tenant moves in, the tenant should immediately check all drains for proper function. This is to include kitchen drain, tub drain, bathroom drain, toilet, and washer drain. Because in that effect, what happens is a week or 2 weeks after the tenant moves in, drain stopped up. It's been stopped up since the day I moved in. Baloney. I want the tenant to check it when the tenant moves in. Make sure everything is in proper order. I want to be a good landlord. And if there's a problem, I want to take care of it. Let's see, next item. Tenant to change air filter every 30 days. And I write the size of the air filter on this sheet. Okay? Next thing, all cars should be parked in the driveway. Okay? Not in the front yard, not in the back yard. If it's start parking in the yard, I put stakes, 4x4 treated stakes, every 6 feet where they can't park in the drive. Can't park in the front yard or the backyard. Kills the grass, values the property doesn't look good, okay? It's just a bad situation all the way around. Let's see, second thing is, you can't have, all cars on the property have to have a proper tag, and they have to run. City ordinance, that's not me, that's the city. And if they have those cars on there, they don't find the tenant, they find you as a landlord. And I think the fine is about $500. Now, you can take this tag that says, parking violations or whatever, okay? And if it don't have a proper tag, and it don't run, okay, you can haul them off, and it doesn't, the record companies in town, they'll haul them off free. Won't charge you anything. Give 7 days to return to remove the cars. If they don't move, haul them off. And then I got a new property manager in the last month, okay? We tagged 15 cars in less than 10 days. We tagged those cars, okay? About 12 or 13 of them moved. So do I meant business? Okay? A junk car just devalues your property altogether. Let's see, there shouldn't be any trash in the yard, front yard or backyard. If the tenant changes the telephone number, okay, the tenant is to notify you and the housing board both. Because I can't tell you how many times I've tried to call a tenant, okay? This number's been disconnected, whatever. When the tenant changes the telephone, you need to be notified immediately, and the housing board needs to be notified. The tenant needs to keep a neat, clean house. Cleanliness to me is next to God. Okay? I want you to keep a neat, clean house. If there's something wrong with it, I want to take care of it. If it's rock wood on the outside, I want to replace it. If the driveway needs to be redone, I'm going to put new asphalt down. And then I'm going to seal coat it after that. If the tree needs to be trimmed, I'm going to trim it. I probably spent $70,000 in the last 3, 4, 5 years cutting the trees. Because, I mean, what I'm trying to say is this. Wind coverage nowadays is expensive as a dick. Expensive. So if you get out without having wind coverage, okay, the best thing to do is trim the trees, and then you can drop the wind coverage if the bank will let you do it, okay, and it's a lot less expensive. Let's see, what else I got on this list? When the tenant lease is terminated, okay, we give them 60 days notice, okay? Verbal notification is not acceptable. You've got to notify me and Mr. Watkins.
In writing.
In writing.
It ain't in writing, it ain't.
That's right. And we're trying to say notification does not start until both people receive notification. Both people. Me and the housing board. Then at that point, the 60 days is run. And then the other thing is that tenants should be returned to the landlord at the time of exit inspection. Failure to do so will result in a $150 fine. Now, the hammer, and I'm glad you said it publicly and whatever. I want a good tenant. I want to maintain a good house. But if you tear my house up, that's it. You're off my program, and you're off Mr. Watkins' program. He's not going to put up with it, and I'm not going to put up with it. I put this inside the heated closet or on the back door. Quick, easy reference, okay? That way, because they'll lose the lease, whatever, okay? And I mean, just take it up there and stay there.
What was this last one?
What? Let's see. Tenant should return the landlord the keys during the inspection, okay, if failure to do so, will be $150 fine. Please.
Return the keys.
Yeah. I want the guy to do an inspection. I'd say half the tenant, they'll just move and not give you the key back or whatever. Something else too, let me say this. You brought the housing board into the 21st century with all the changes you brought and everything else. Just recently, I bought a program called Rent Manager. Cost me $150 a month. Write that name down. Rent Manager. This Rent Manager documents everything. When I talk to the tenant, we record that in. When I talk to the housing board, I document that. We have repairs done, I document that. Everything involved in that tenant is documented in that program. In addition to tracking the payments, amount due, okay, whatever. Everything is documented in that program. It's the best $150 you'll spend. Because when he calls and says, what about the tenant? I'm going to run the program, and I'm going to send him a complete log of every communication that we've had with the tenant, what we've done to the house, and whatever. And he can in turn adjust his actions accordingly. It's the best $150 it's $150 a month, but it's the best $150 a month you'll ever spend. Believe me when I tell you that.
Let me just comment to what he just now said, because it's so important. And Mr. Pierce said it earlier, our CEO, we don't like to do a whole lot of explanation. I don't like to do a whole bunch of explanation. I just want to provide the documents. So when a participant comes to me and they say what didn't happen, I don't want to have to talk. I just want to say, well, ma'am, sir, this is the documentation. Where's yours? I am in the business as well, as Mr. Pierce said, of helping our folks to learn how to do business with us so that they can be better tenants, better participants. Do your ALR on time, right? That's a simple one. It's a requirement. Do that on time. Keep it basic. But communicate with us in writing. That way, I have something to call your landlord about if there's an issue, and I can just forward down what you say me. Okay, part of our responsibility as a housing authority is not always to come between the landlord and the tenant to make these kinds of calls that are really landlord-tenant issues. paid every month, on time, the right amount. Questions over here? That's all. Yes, sir.
Is it any way possible you would mind sharing that information with us? In the document?
So this will be part of our landlord council. We'll document this. As part of our, I can have this.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So we'll document that, and we're going to create on our website a section that's dedicated, if you will, to our landlord council. Information, things that might be helpful for you, and this is something we can put on there.
Can I say one other thing? This council we've got, we just started, okay? And it's a way I feel like that we as landlords can communicate to Mr. Watkins, okay? And we can air our issues. And let me say this, he does a doggone good job in taking our advice and getting things done. I really
They really are the ones who implement whatever we come up with and try to make happen. Yes, sir.
With the rent manager thing that you just mentioned.
That rent manager sitting right in front of you, right over there in the
Okay, well, I'm gonna get well.
She's good too. Don't steal it.
All right, so I'm gonna jump to the next one, and it is now 2:05, and I know we have some participants. Y'all, participants, raise your hand. Let me just see. Oh, nice, awesome. So let me invite you. We do have some seats up here. You'll be closer to some of our landlords if you want to get a hold of them, and you don't have to keep standing up. There's some seats here. Feel free to come on in and have a seat. Let me ask, because I got this email, is there anybody in the house that does sign language? Anybody in the house that does sign language?
I know a little bit.
You know a little bit, okay?
Not very much, like.
Okay, we might be able to use you. All right, no problem. So then, let's move forward. This is the request for tenancy approval of HUS inspection. Do you all have any best practices when it comes to making sure that happens timely? When somebody is supposed to move in, and it's not, too far in advance, or?
Well, I generally, matter of fact, I have a lieutenant right now, and I just turned in her paperwork on Monday. And what I did was, I did not even show the house until it was ready to be moved in. Once I get finished with the work, that's when I show the house, and so she liked it. And after I approved her application, then I took her paperwork and filled it out. She and I filled the paperwork out together, and I took the paperwork and I just brought it here to the office. And that's what I usually do. And once I turn that paperwork in, then your crews or team schedules the inspection.
Great. So let me just point out a couple of things, because our rafter folks, when they're processing that, and maybe some of you all have gotten this call that everything is not completed, and we actually can't complete it for you if we don't know your property, and we don't want to just listen to you tell us what to write, and then it'd be the wrong thing, and then you'll get it back on us, and we don't do it, right? So we send it back to you and have you complete it. So that's a very important process for our internal our processes and requirements. It's the request for tenancy approval. We need that documentation completed fully and accurately according to whatever it is you know about your property and what you have stated there. I would like to ask Ms. Kita, real quick, can you share a little bit about the RAFTA process? So Dr. Sines,
Okay, so we've introduced a new technology.
Come on up. You need your spotlight.
Of course, we're encouraging you to start using the portal because everything is going to be going automated, even the RAFTA. So a tenant comes on board, they're going to go through the briefing process, it's going to be released through the portal. From the portal, they will be able to find the landlord, and then they're going to come in and they're going to invite the landlord to sign up. And then, at that point, through the portal, it's going to email you the RAFTA, and it's going to be all electronic sign. And you'll be able to upload your lease if it's new, A new property, you'll be able to show that you own it, do the EFT, everything is gonna be electronic. So we really want to encourage you to please get into the portal, get familiar. This is coming down the pipe, and it should be, not gonna confirm it, but it should be done by December. They're really pushing to get that done. Because of COVID, it brought to people's attention that we need to make it electronic. Because not everybody's gonna be able to come in and finish the process.
So this is huge. This is something that we've been wanting. Real estate, a lot is just done online. DocuSign, you may have heard of that before. We just sign documents electronically. It prevents you from missing places that you should have signed, that you didn't sign. Oh, I missed that, and now we got to take paperwork back, and you sign here, and oh, you missed this part. It simplifies the process. It walks you through every place you need to sign, everything that needs to be completed. You don't miss it. We get it right the first time. You don't have to go anywhere. It's accessible over your phone, so you can simply do that. Most people have smartphones, and for landlords, for those that don't, then I can get with the tenant and let's just walk through this together. So that's why we want to encourage you to start getting on the portal, getting used to it, because it'll be accessed and moderated through the portal. Is that what we call it right now? Oh, I have short attendance back. The portal is what we talked and showed earlier in the presentation.
Let me just say that I think that the first step in accepting a voucher needs to be two things. One, the tenant needs to have their deposit. It's my opinion that they shouldn't be shopping for a house if they don't have a deposit. And you don't want to take the deposit before you take the voucher. You see the voucher, the physical voucher. You want to accept both of those things at the exact same time. Because once you accept the voucher, you fill it out, you both sign it, you turn it in, you're now obligated to that process of waiting for everything to come back. And you don't want, in my opinion, you don't want the deposit to be something that is going to get you stuck on the tenant moving in once the house does pass. Because as soon as the house passes, you can begin to collect rent, and you'll want them to move in. So you want that all done, and then that way they can move in and it's not an issue.
Questions? Go for it.
Quick question. With the portal, as far as like landlords and cities that have not signed up, how do they do that? If they're not really anything, how do they get like the registration code? Who do they email to start their process?
Yeah, so that's a great question. So every landlord that's in our system, we do this pretty much once a year. If you're not registered as a portal user, we send you out via the mail. No one will contact you. I'll do email, but most times that's not even accessible. So we send out once a year to everyone who is not on the portal a registration code. So if you're now in that boat, just contact our office. Yes, I got my staff waving at.
There's a link on the portal. You have to sign up.
Yes, so there is a link on the portal. So you don't have to be on the portal now, right? If you say, hey, I'm not registered, let me go to the portal. What's that address?
Actually, I'm starting on the website. There's a button that says, get my registration code, and it sends an email to us.
Okay, so there's a registration link on our website. When you go to our website, under Landlords, you want to register for the portal, click that, it sends notification to us, and then we can get a registration link out to you.
I don't think wind is gonna affect you very much. Always got that liability, okay? Your lender is gonna require you to fire and wind, okay? Or maybe just fire, depending on your lender or bank or mortgage company. It all depends on what zone you're in. City, insurance company has flood maps or whatever, your house may or may not be in a flood. If you're in a flood zone, they're gonna require flood.
For me, I have some homes that do have mortgages on it, and as you mentioned, the mortgage lender will require both the the fire insurance and the wind insurance. The wind is very expensive, and so you want to be mindful of that when you purchase your properties and where you purchase, because it's more expensive in some areas than others. And flood would be required in those areas that are considered high risk. And if you're in those areas and you have a mortgage, you will have to have all of those insurances. But the most common and probably what you would want to have would be definitely the fire insurance, because it's not just fire, it covers other things as well, but mostly fire is the biggest issue. And for my properties, they're under an umbrella. I have a policy with my insurance broker where they're under an umbrella policy where the insurance company, I pay a down payment each year, I pay a certain portion, and then a monthly payment towards my insurance.
Are there certain companies that you recommend?
Not necessarily. My insurance company happens to be going to London right now, but it's the broker. Your insurance broker, if you go to an insurance agent, I had farmers, and farmers throw out, which is very good, I have it on my personal home, but they stopped covering rental properties. Over the years, a lot of insurance companies are moving out the rental properties. So insurance agents become like brokers. They make contracts with different companies. And based on what your needs are and what you want, your insurance agent will say, okay, this looks like the best policy or program for you under this particular company. I don't know what you'll have to decide that. For me, that's what it's working out with my properties. They're all under one policy, an umbrella policy, although they are listed in my policy individually. I just pay a monthly one fee per month, and it's usually paid off before within 10 months period. It makes it affordable. Personally, I tell my renters that they need to have their own insurance, but I cannot make them go about renters insurance. But it isn't to their advantage if they do have renters insurance, because I let them know that while the property is insured, if something happens, and I've had fires in the past. Fortunately, no one was ever injured, but property was damaged, and most of the things that were lost in terms of the inside would belong to the renter. It was not covered if they didn't have their own renter's insurance. So as long as they know that, and it doesn't matter whether you're a rich person or not, everybody's got cell phones, laptops, and all kinds of things in their homes that they want to make sure is covered. It's up to them to do.
So I'm looking at our time, it's 2:20. We're allowed to be here to about 3. So we're going to move quickly through this period, and I do want to allow opportunities for you to meet with some of our participants. So I want to allow some opportunity for that. So we're going to go about another 5 or 6 minutes, and then we'll allow for that kind of interaction to happen, and we'll close out. So we just have here tracking your financials, recertification dates, inspection dates. Let me just mention, use the portal. I got it up here 3 times. Use the portal, use the portal, use the portal. As you saw today, all of that information is in the portal for you as a landlord to be aware of, to know, and can obviously use that information to your benefit. Unit repairs, maintenance. Is there any way that you all handle unit repairs or maintenance issues that may be best practice?
We don't want them repairing anything. I want them to tell me what's wrong with the house. And you'll want that too, because, you know, a plumbing fixture that's leaking today, if they let it sit for 3 months, it's a $50 fix today, $350 3 weeks ago. So you want to keep active communication, you want to keep a good relationship. The software that Jimmy mentioned, and I use a different software, but they're all very similar. Those things will allow you to put work orders in, or even like communicate with the tenant on what's going on. That way everything is documented. Once you get to a certain level, or however many properties you have, you don't want to just leave it up to, you just have to remember or write things down. You want it to all be documented. And that way you can also have a history of what's happening in your house. And then you can kind of determine over time, is the tenant beating this thing up, or is this house just needing a lot of work? You know, you'll be able to tell the pattern of who's doing what. But you definitely need to have an open communication regularly about what's happening in the house, because you really don't want to me, a house is a deteriorating situation, period, without somebody living in it. So just in that fact, it's got to be something that you want to constantly be in communication.
Personally, I would make a list of, unless you're in the business of doing repairs yourself, I make a list of different workers that I know that I'm going to need over the course of time. I know I need a plumber. I know I need an electrician. I need an HVAC repair person. I need a yard person. I need a handyman. That doesn't mean that I'm going to be calling these people every week to do this work. But when people move out, the property comes under my responsibility. So I'm sending a yard person out and just say, add this to your list. I need a handyman, somebody who is very handy at doing just maybe changing out locks, whatever, some simple repair. And once you get a list, you can have more than one plumber. I had a plumber I called the other day, and he wasn't available. Called another plumber who was on my list, who took care of it. So I picked my contractors. I try to use people who are licensed and I know is qualified to do the work, but not necessarily the biggest contractors that are out there. They tend to be the most expensive. I have found I had much good success with small, sole proprietor contractors. First off, they're the ones doing the work. They're not sending out some trainee that's trying to do the work, charging me a huge fee. And they are very responsive to my calls. When I call, if a person has a problem with their AC, they go out that evening, that same day, because they know that I do repeat business with them, and they don't charge me, weekend fees and that kind of thing. So get you a list of people that you can work with and have their numbers handy. And when you have a problem, and your tenant calls you, you can text them and put them on the phone.
Yes, all right. Document communication, I think we've been saying that a lot. But what about like lease enforcement? Is there anything that you all do regarding lease enforcement might be best practice?
I try and, like I said, document everything that I have. Sometimes I make sure that, I find that text messaging is really a great form of documentation, because when you send people text messages, you're documenting your communication with them. It tells you who you're talking to, when you made kind of conversation, what was said, and it's kept forever, actually, it seems. If you can make screenshots of them, attach them to your tenant's files if you need to keep a record of certain communications, but you can also have that tenant's email address. But text messaging has been very effective for me, because tenants usually respond to that. I'm not always sure if I send them an email that they are checking their email, whatever. Sometimes I just have to, if I'm not sure, I will go to their home and say, hey, did you get this?
So, what's next? Okay. Any other questions and answers? Questions? Yes, ma'am.
At one time, they had it where you could do the portal training over your house and board as a landlord. I had one scheduled, and they canceled it, and I never did get it again. Is that still available?
That's a great question. We actually talked about setting up videos where you do some of that portal training. You can just go on and watch a 3-minute video that just deals with this, and a list of things. So we're going to put that together. That's something we're going to work on putting together, and the idea around perhaps doing a portal training, we'll take that as good feedback. Okay, so let me ask you to do two things. First off, let's give a round of applause. The second thing is each of you all have one of these surveys. If you don't mind, please completing this survey. This will greatly help us to know what we can do better the next time, what you get some value out of this session that I've heard, anything you didn't like, and provide us with that feedback. That would be very helpful. And so I'm going to go ahead and have our closing remarks now and then ask you to meet with some of our participants. Participants, raise your hands again. Wow, look there. Okay, so we've got a number of participants that are looking for properties right now. Hopefully you all brought your vouchers. I told you to bring your vouchers in the email, right? So you can actually, as Mr. Joey just said, hey, we want to see your voucher. And what else did he say? We want to see you got your security deposit, right? So landlords, if you have properties that are available right now, or that you know, hey, I've got a property that's coming available in the next 30 days, even 60 days. Get with some of our participants, let them know that, exchange phone numbers, what have you, so you all can be in contact with each other, and hopefully you all can find some properties today. Last, I'll just repeat it one more time. We are still giving a $1,000 leasing bonus to all landlords who lease our brand new participants. So the folks that are in this room right now, brand new participants to our program,